Hello, everyone. I just can't sleep. So I've been wanting to play with this Streamyard and see how to go live. And so I'm just checking it out. Let's see, I'm going to create a banner. Let's see. Hello, whoever just came in. How are you doing tonight? I can't sleep. I'm just checking out StreamYards. Going to see if I can figure it out. Hey, Harper. And True Smiles, how are you? Yeah, I wasn't ready to go to sleep when Purple got off. I just kind of was like, okay. Let's see. I was trying to figure out how to do this banner thing. Okay. Create banner. Well, I can't spell either. Not good. Oh. Okay. Scroll across the bottom. Add banner. Oh, I did it. Great. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go back to these comments. Anybody want to come up on panel? Let me see if I can drop a link. Invite. Copy. Paste. Okay, we'll see if that works. It might have worked. I don't know. True Smiles and Harper, either one of y'all want to come up? I feel silly talking to myself. There we go.
Hey.
Hey there.
Awesome.
What does your sign say?
It says, to whoever stole my antidepressants, I hope you're happy.
That's cute. Very cute. Okay, True Smiles, you'll be in chat. You're going to be chatting with yourself, I guess.
See, I have such a hard time typing in chat. That's really why I started actually getting up on panel. I'm not good at trying. I'm very slow typing. And then like in a small room like this, I'd be okay. But when there's a lot of people, like trying to keep up with all the comments and responding back, I don't process it well. And I never wanted to seem rude, or by the time I put a response in, the chat has jumped so far ahead that that's where I lack. I don't process information like that very well. So it's easier for me to get up on a panel and speak.
I understand. I sometimes type too fast to where I'm misspelling words or what I'm thinking I'm writing is not what I'm actually writing. So it doesn't make sense when I post it. And then I'm like, what did you just say? Why did you say that? Then I
Right.
have to go back and rethink. Then I'm trying to tonight I was trying to talk to Dree and I kept misspelling her name. It kept putting it SRI or FRI instead of
Right.
DRI. I'm like, I am so sorry. It's like I'm going to get it right eventually here. But so I
Yeah.
had to do this huge long explanation as to why I can't seem to spell a 3-letter word correctly.
Well, and it like a lot of times it
Oh yeah, yeah.
autocorrects, and then like, oh hey Heidi, like if you don't catch when it autocorrects and you just keep typing what because you're thinking and you're trying to get your thought out, and then you just send it, and then you're like, oh darn it, it like autocorrected.
Hello, Karen too. Welcome.
Hey everybody,
I
hey.
just couldn't go to sleep. I was like, I know Purple was tired and wanted to get off. And I was like, but I'm not ready to go to sleep. So I'm glad y'all came on. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talk so much when I talk that when I'm typing, it's like I forget that I don't say, type out everything I'm saying, think I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes I'm like, even my daughter says sometimes my text messages don't make any sense. And it's like, oh, I forgot a whole sentence.
Yeah. I'm the opposite. Like, I had to get over being shy and come up on panels because I couldn't keep up with the typing in the chat. For the longest time, I just sat. It was still fun for me just to like watch and read, but then I was like, I really want to join in.
Right, exactly.
So,
And see, I've been scared to even get up on panel. The other night, I went on psychosocials one time for just a little bit. And then the other night on Purples was the first time. I'm like, you got to get over being so shy.
well, yeah, just Heidi. Yeah, that's it. Just jump up
How
and
do I make somebody a mod? Where do I go to do that?
Heidi would have to explain that to you because she's done that before. I don't know
I don't think you
anything.
do it in Streamyards though. I think you have to be in
I
YouTube. I
yeah,
don't know. I'll have
I
to figure that out though, because I don't know
yeah.
how to do that.
I don't know anything about that aspect. I know Heidi knows some because she did have a channel before, but I don't know anything about that stuff.
Yeah, I have a lot to learn.
Yeah, but just from watching, like I've never had a channel, but from watching people that didn't have channels to then starting a channel and stuff, it seems people pick like you once you do it, like it comes very easy. Like you'll pick up on it really fast.
Okay.
Once you start doing it,
She
people
can't
don't.
do it on my phone. So let me get my phone and see if I can do this. Well, and of course, I don't know if y'all realize that or not, but my daughter's only 25. I was almost 35 when I had her. I turned 35 right after I had her.
That's okay. Hey,
So, it's like she thinks I'm ancient, and she's like, "You don't know nothing about computers. You don't know nothing about YouTube. What do you think you're doing?" And I'm like, "I'm trying to have fun."
yeah.
Excuse me.
Hey, you have to. It says hit make moderator. She said.
Okay, so I go on there and go in the chat. Where is my thing? Oh, there we are. Okay. All right, now hit the person. Oh, add moderator. All right, True Smiles, type something. Let's see. I did you. Let's see if it worked. Heidi, do you mind if I make you a moderator? And Karen? Hey, Missing with Amanda. I'm trying to learn how to make people moderators. All right, Harper, let's see.
I prefer not to be a moderator.
You prefer not to? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. True Smiles. It worked on here. Now it's not. Why was it not working on this?
Heidi said, "Go ahead."
Oh, okay. So it doesn't on Streamyards. It doesn't show me who's a moderator, but on my phone, then it did.
Yeah, okay. Truth Smiles. It worked. Heidi said, "Go ahead. She'll be a moderator."
Okay.
And the only reason is I really don't know how to mod, so it would be useless to make me a moderator.
Okay, Heidi, type something. See if we got you. How about you, Karen? Would you like to be one? I'm not going to be like Tony and mod everybody because that's kind of silly.
Yeah, but you do need a few people.
Right, and I do trust you guys. So
yeah, Heidi, it worked. Karen said yes.
Okay, Karen.
You can do her.
Oh, Karen. Okay, Karen.
Can you retype something?
You can wait if you want.
No, she said you can. You can if you want.
Oh, you can if you want. Okay. Okay. Type something else, Karen. I think I got you. Amanda, can I mod you up too?
Okay, Karen worked.
Okay, good, good. Well, that's easy. I thought it was going to be really complicated.
Amanda said yeah.
Okay. I thought you had to go back and forth from YouTube to the Streamyard to do that.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't want to say because I didn't know at all how to do it. So
okay, Amanda, it should be on there now. Yeah, that is confusing though, that when you look at the comments, you don't see who is a mod and who isn't a mod. That's weird.
Okay.
Okay. Got everybody?
Now you have some good mods.
Okay, does anybody else want to come up on panel? It was really easy with Harper. I'm shocked that I actually did it. No trolls and no porn bombing, please. Yeah. I'm too old for that. Let's see. Mrs. Junkie. Hi.
Hey.
Hey, I did it. Yay.
Now remember also, if there's a comment by a troll in comments and we delete it, you will still see it in Streamyards.
Okay, gotcha.
So don't flip out like nobody's, doing their jobs and stuff.
Right. So it's probably good to have my phone on chat as well. Whoops.
That's what I've always done. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then that way I can kind of see.
Because StreamYard also lags a little bit.
Okay.
And we need to know like what your rules are, I know when Lori and I are going to start up our channel, we're going to have 0 tolerance. What you come in and say something nasty, you're gone, you're blocked. Boom.
Well, that's how I feel too. And I don't think I'll have a lot of drama because I'm not going to be talking about nothing, that people see.
You have to remember who you're associated with here.
Well, that's true. That's true.
But if you prefer, and we can all abide by your rules. If you say, hey, in my channel, can you keep it out of my channel? I think we're all adults and we can say yes.
Yeah, I just don't, because I have an opinion about things, and I don't want to piss off people by like getting involved in the I mean, I did that kind of with Tony's stuff. I kind of made a comment, and then it seemed like I've been being shunned a little bit because of that comment. And I don't think that making one comment makes you a bad person. So,
Right.
I kind of don't want the drama, but I also don't want people to feel like they can't come in here and, be themselves. Like, I think it was Roberta earlier said something to me in chat about, well, can I cuss? I'm like, I want you to come be yourself. If that's yourself, then go right ahead.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I personally don't cuss. It's just not something I do. And like I've told my daughter, if you ever hear me start swearing, you better call 911 because something's really wrong. So I just don't do it. But
or you've done too many lies, and you're starting to catch up with us.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I mean, I'll need advice. Like I asked y'all the other day. I mean, because I really don't know, and I don't want people to feel uncomfortable or not feel like they can come and hang out and just be themselves. So
No.
Number one rules: no politics, no religion,
It'll start arguments.
and no homophobic type shit, whatever.
Oh, right. I definitely don't want that.
Yeah.
I'm a very open-minded person.
Right.
My daughter is married to an African-American gentleman. And so my granddaughter is biracial, and I don't like anybody who, has issues about that. I don't care.
No.
She could have fell in love with a Chinese person, or anything, So it doesn't matter to me. I believe love is love. And
Right.
I don't care if that's between the same sex, if that's between different races. I don't care.
Right.
If he's a good person and he treats my daughter and my granddaughter well, then that's all that matters to me.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
I don't want to hear racist things. I don't want to hear anything, about people's choices, those kind of things. And I guess I'm old fashioned being, 60. What you do in the bedroom is your business. That's
Right.
not my business.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm very strongly opinionated about, how to raise children and relationships and, things like that. But as far as politics, I don't even pay attention to it really much.
Neither do I anymore.
I have one friend who is a very strong Republican, and I have another friend that's a very strong Democrat. And the two of them go at it all the time. And I'm like, y'all battle it out. I don't care. I'm not going to pay attention to it enough.
It can get very
if people
heated.
could have a nice, decent discussion about it, it's one thing.
It gets very heated, though.
I always say I fall in the middle, and I have most of my friends are diehard liberals, and my husband's a diehard Republican. And I just say I want to hear.
Yep.
Just fight
and
your
as
own
far
fight.
as religion goes, my beliefs are my beliefs, but I don't think that everybody believes the same way I do, and that's okay. I know we're not here alone. I know there's some kind of higher power, but whatever you believe in, that's fine with me. I kind of like the way Ira says it. Whatever it is that you believe in it.
Right.
But you're right. You can't have discussions about it because people want to be right.
Right.
And they don't want to, have somebody tell them that they're not right.
Well, and I just always feel like it's not why would it be my place to tell anybody who's right or wrong? Because we don't ultimately know. Like, yes, we all feel like we know, but ultimately we don't. So I'm never going to tell anybody on religion they're right or wrong.
Harper, you're a liar. You told me that if I didn't believe in God, you wouldn't be my friend anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong person.
Well, and I have a little bit of a problem with the morals questions.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a set of values and morals that I was raised with,
Right.
and that I try to raise my daughter and my granddaughter that way. But I also know that we live in a great big world who don't all have the same morals and the same values.
Right.
And we
And
were all raised different, and a lot of us are in different generations.
well, and this is also YouTube.
Yes.
Sometimes I know I've been pushed to a place when it comes to YouTube where I've started doing things where I will openly admit in my real life, would I do?
No.
Probably not.
Right.
But when I've gotten onto YouTube, because I do feel like I've been bullied into a place, I have, if you want to call it acting out, I have I have acted out
I have
more
to.
aggressively than I would normally.
I have to.
But I don't think I have broken morally things
No.
because I can, for myself, I see like you can't hold someone to one standard and not another. But again,
We
that's,
were in a panic to protect your name.
well, yeah, but I don't want to start
No,
like
we're not. But
boring
I'm
the chat
saying
with that.
there's
But
different reasons people act out.
right,
I mean, me, I'm just going to say, and people will say, oh, whatever, Heidi, blah, blah, blah. I was being attacked so bad that I felt the need to defend myself. And some of the times it was not the right way to do it.
right,
But that's the thing, we're human. And when you do feel like you're being attacked, that's human nature to defend yourself. And you're going to use whatever you can at the time, and you're not thinking clearly because you're upset and you're trying to get your point across to the other person. And I can see how that gets misconstrued. And then people say, oh, well, then if it happens again or another person attacks you, then they just want to say, well, that's just, your personality. You're just going to react like that. But I haven't seen everything that y'all have been through on YouTube, but I feel like you've been misjudged and accused of things that aren't necessarily true. And I'm glad that I don't know all of it, because then I can make my own opinions of y'all.
yeah, and I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful to the people who are just getting to either one, know me, or have given me the chance, even if they have heard some of the stuff, that they're seeing a different side of me and they're thinking like, oh my gosh, Harper is actually really funny, or Harper actually had, like, they've given me the opportunity to see a different side of me.
And I've always known that side of you.
Right. There are very few people that other people didn't know.
And I've always tried to say, you just got to get to know her.
Right.
And I mean, she cracks me up to no end. Some days she calls me and tells me shit, and we just crack up laughing.
Right.
Well, I was raised in Indiana, and when I moved to South Georgia, I discovered that people in South Georgia view people from up north a little different. And I'm very blunt. I'm to the point. I usually say exactly what I mean. And I might say it in a way that comes off as being a little bit cold or a little rude. I don't mean it that way, but that's just how it is taken sometimes.
It's how we talk.
Yeah. And I feel the same way. Sometimes people will say, oh, she's a bitch. And I'll be like, no, I'm not. You just got to get to know me. You just have to know how I am. But a lot of people don't give you the chance to get to know you, to see if that's really how you are or not.
Yeah.
And that sometimes, causes problems.
Yeah. So. And I did, after we talked about New Year's resolutions the other night, I sat back and I said, you know what? I am going to make one. I'm going to try not to take things to heart. I want to be a better person. And on here, because I'm not this, what you see on here is not what I am in real life a lot of times, because of the way I've been treated.
Right.
And I'm not treated like that in my real life.
Well, you won't be treated like that here, Heidi. You have a clean slate.
Yeah.
And you too, Harper.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was funny last night, though, y'all saying, we need to get to know your personality. I don't know. You might not like my personality.
Yes, we would.
Yes, we would.
But that's the actual joy in life, is that everybody does have a different personality. It wouldn't be fun if everybody was just a yes woman or a yes ma'am, or we all thought exactly alike. Life would, that is the spice of life, is
Exactly.
that everybody is different, and that people have different views and different opinions and different thoughts and different, that is what makes life interesting.
And I've tried to teach my daughter too that not everybody thinks the way you think. Not everybody was raised the way you were raised. And so you have to be open-minded, and you have to give people a chance and kind of meet them where they are. You can't make judgments about people based on what you think you know about them.
Right.
And she's a school teacher, by the way. And she says so many of her kids are misunderstood. And, the previous teachers will have kind of labeled them just as a bad kid. They're not bad kids. They're just misunderstood. A lot of times they just need a little extra attention, or to know somebody, will stand up for them, will fight for them. And she'll turn those kids around so quick because she cares about them. And
True Smiles, I've always thought your sense of humor is funny in chat.
She does. She kind of does have a dry sense of humor, but I love her. I love dry sense of humors.
Well, and I know that's always weird to say in real life, but I am very, like, people that know me in real life, and again, I don't go a lot of places, and I'm a and Heidi would know this about me. Like, the people that really know me, I am very much an overthinker. And I'm very, what's the word? An overthinker, and very, I don't know.
That's you take things, well, not in, I don't think you do in real life, but because of all the crap, you take things more, you're more self-conscious. You take things more personal as like me.
Yes.
Like, just because of what we've gone through.
Yeah.
We are constantly on guard.
Right.
That we're being attacked.
Right. And
even though it may not have been an attack.
Right. And I'm trying really hard not to do that all the time, because I don't want to push people away by doing that.
Right.
Because this is a place for me to talk to people and have friends, and chats and stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, the people that have graciously started talking to me and stuff, I don't want to push them away by automatically, like, when I do see something, think, oh my gosh, it's directed at me, because that's how it's been in the past.
Right.
And
Karen, I know. I can tell that about you. And it is bad when people take you the wrong way. And I try not to do that. I try not to. And Brenda too. Sometimes, the way she speaks, people would think, oh, she's being pretty rude. No, she's not. That's just how a lot of us, from where we were raised in the country, that's how we talk. And it's a shame, because sometimes I think people miss out on getting to know somebody who could be a really good friend to them if they wouldn't make those prejudgments based on a few things that they know.
Right. Just making assumptions.
Exactly. And you can't do that.
And half the time, like when a certain someone comes into purple and I go, oh shit, here they come again. I'm actually joking, but just joking, but kind of serious,
Right.
Like,
Right.
oh, here we go again. I'm
This
not trying
I
to
don't I don't really
attack them personally, but yeah.
the people who don't like purple or don't like those of us in her chat, why do they come in there other than just to make trouble?
Yep. True Smiles, you're absolutely correct what you said. What I see is that you've judged yourself because of the BS people believe, because of the BS believe in yourself. You're absolutely correct on that.
I don't think I mean, I never believed I was guilty of the stuff I was being
Well,
accused
no,
of.
not that.
Yeah, I tried for a very long time to convince people. And the more and more I tried to convince people, it did nothing but backfire. And so now what I've always had is a playful sense of humor. So now I've just decided that's what I'll do. I'll show everybody the different side, the side that nobody, like you, Heidi, you've seen it. There's a
Oh, yeah.
few people that were my good friends know about me, but nobody on YouTube ever saw. And one day I just sat and I said, "Don't be afraid. Like, what's the worst that can happen if
Yeah,
people
really.
see who I really like, a part of me really is like being really silly and really just kind of that slapstick, well, all the things that are said I'll just make fun of."
If I could go back, and unfortunately I can't because I've deleted my channel, and look at the way I was when I first started my channel, I want my funniness back. I want my goofiness back.
Yeah.
And see, that's when I started, watching you. I started when you were over in Molly's. And then when you started your own channel, I was like, well, this is going to be great. And then it just seemed like so many people that I didn't know all were there all the time. And I was like, okay, this is not what I thought it was going to be like.
Nope.
And then all the trouble started, and I thought, this, Heidi needed to be by, not necessarily by yourself, but you
It
needed
got
to get
derailed.
your message across, right, without them derailing to all their different
Yep.
agendas.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you,
got,
Truth.
and it's nobody else's fault but my own. I allowed it. It got derailed, and I was like, this isn't what my channel was supposed to be about. And I have to find that place again within myself.
And I hope when you and Lori's channel, get started and all that, you'll find that and you'll bring that to it, because you'll have the viewers. You will,
Oh yeah.
Oh, and Lori and I, we click like, two peas in a pod.
Yeah.
So
I think their channel will flourish for sure.
And it's just going to be about general everyday true life. I might go off on a whim on some funny arrest records in Green Bay, or important thing, not politics, but things that are happening in the news.
Well, and you know what
true life, true.
Yeah.
Kind of like current affairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not necessarily
no
the true crime part of it.
We'll probably touch on some cases, yes.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be true crime. It's going to be just kind of like, what's their names on TV? I can't think of the skinny little blonde. Michael used to be a basketball player.
Oh, Kelly Ripa?
Yeah, Kelly and whatever, just joking around and things that are going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like stupid, like Purple did tonight. Stupid people, getting arrested, or breaking news, whatever, We'll touch on health issues.
Truth Smile said, living. You have to have a favorite color. Is it blue?
It's not. It's actually purple.
Oh, that's okay.
And I like pink would be my second.
Yeah, pink's my favorite.
But purple really is my favorite. I was raised by a very narcissistic mother who constantly told me I did not look good in certain colors. And so when I became an adult, I wanted to wear those colors that I supposedly didn't look good in. And purple was one of those. So, and usually when I wear purple, people will make a comment, oh, that's a pretty color on you or whatever. So, kind of helps my self-esteem a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds.
My self-esteem, has gone, well, since I was diagnosed in 2005. It wasn't bad until I started getting really bad. And within the last, I'd say 5+ years, with the weight gain and your self-esteem just takes it. And the older I get, you take a hit, it's like, damn.
Yeah, but you I mean, that happened to me after my car accident and stuff, and then I just said it is what it is.
Yeah,
yeah. There's I couldn't change it.
No. And it's like, that's how I feel. I am who I am. My husband loves me, even though I am not the skinny person he married,
Well, speaking of husbands, let's talk about my ex.
Did it? True Smiles.
What?
Oh, True Smiles said, everybody hit and like the bell.
Oh. I was heavy when I met my husband and pretty much heavy throughout my whole life. And when he left right at 30 years of marriage, he found someone even bigger than me. So I don't think size has a lot to do with it. I think if the person loves you, they love you. And if they don't, they don't.
Yeah.
So that never really, being overweight has never really bothered my self-esteem. I think mostly is when I'm sick, I do not like being sick or for people to think that, I'm disabled, I'm sick, I have a problem. I don't like that. And so I was in denial of my diabetes for 30 years. Well, not all of it, but a long time, enough to where I have neuropathy in my feet to where I can't move my feet. And it causes me to fall, trip myself and things like that.
Well, I fucking walked into the wall tonight.
Oh.
Didn't you see that when I put that in Purple's chat? I'm like, damn, I just walked into the wall.
But ever since my granddaughter was on the way, my whole outlook on my diabetes changed.
That's awesome.
Because, I want to be around to see her grow up.
Yeah.
And the only way that's going to happen is if I do what I'm supposed to with my diabetes, get my health in, better shape, do what I can to prolong my life as long as possible. So even my
new year, a new us.
My doctor is like, that little girl is like the fountain of youth for you. I'm like, yeah, it sure is, because I want to be around,
Yeah.
Before
that's how I feel.
Before I knew I was going to have her, I guess I was kind of like, well, I'm almost 60 and I'm alone and I'm sick and, this might be the end of my life and who cares,
Yeah.
But as soon as I found out my daughter was expecting, I was like, oh, you got to do a 180.
Yeah.
That's not going to work. And now I'm like, go, go, go. And I'm so excited about being alive and what my life holds for the future.
Yeah.
And that's totally different than I used to feel.
That's good.
Well, let's all make a pact. New year, new us.
Okay.
Good. Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me.
I want to drop 20 pounds.
Well,
I don't know if I can, but
Well, I lost 15 pounds not even trying to by going to the Y and swimming.
that's what you were saying.
Yeah, and I
Oh,
started out going because I have some arthritis and I have back issues, and my doctor was kind of like, you need to do some physical therapy because of me falling and stuff. She wanted me to try to strengthen my legs up some.
Oh, I need to so
And
bad.
I was like, I just don't want to go to physical therapy. That just doesn't sound like fun to me at all. And so one day my insurance company called and they were like, when you first got this plan, you were in a rural area and we didn't have many plans and blah, blah, blah. Now we have this new plan that has all these extras and it won't cost you anything. And are you interested? And one of the first things they said was, we'll pay for a gym membership. And I was like, if I could get a membership at the Y so I could use their pool, I would do it. And they were like, of course, that'd be great. And so I really went thinking, it'll just help me with my muscles and they have the whirlpool and everything and I'll relax and all that, but I really was enjoying doing it. And so I started going in the deep end and just treading water. And before I knew it, I had dropped 15 pounds and my the 3-month test for your diabetes called the A1C had went from like 7.2 down to 6.
wow.
I had never had it below 7 ever.
Wow.
And so my doctor was like, well, whatever you're doing, don't stop doing it. It's doing good. And then the weather changed and we were going to go on vacation for Thanksgiving. And so I said, well, I won't go the week before Thanksgiving because my luck, I would get sick and be sick on the vacation. Well, I didn't go. I went on vacation. And within 3 days of being on vacation, I got sick. And ended up, when we come home from vacation, I ended up being in the hospital with pneumonia. And so now I haven't been able to go because the doctor wanted me to get over the pneumonia and let the weather warm up a little bit. And then I can start back.
Yeah.
But I'll have to kind of rebuild up the strength that I had gained, again. And my daughter's like, I can't believe you actually went, because I would go like 3 days a week, sometimes even 4. But I had a good time doing it. And I wasn't, it wasn't like I was self-conscious about being in a bathing suit and being in the pool. And of course, all the lifeguards are young high school and college kids,
Yeah.
And, but they all thought, because I had to use the hydraulic lift chair to get into the pool and out of the pool when I first started, because I wasn't strong enough to pull myself up on the ladder.
Yeah.
And so when I finally got to where I could do it, and I said, okay, I'm going to try it. But if I can't do it, then y'all got to let me use the chair to get out, And they were all like, oh, but you can do it, And so when I got out, it was like, I think they were happier for me than I was happy for myself that I actually.
That's awesome.
That's an awesome thing.
The next time I went, they were all like, you need the chair? And I'm like, nope, I'm not using that chair anymore. I'm doing it myself, So it was like, I could really see that I had made improvement.
Yeah.
And like I said, I enjoyed it. I have 2 good friends that one had shoulder surgery and one had hip replacement, and they both need to go. They both need to be in that pool, and they're both scared to death to go.
And that would be great, because if you get friends involved, and then when you're doing something like that that's fun, it doesn't even seem like exercise.
Exactly.
Because you're just having a good time, you're enjoying yourself, and you're reaping all those benefits. But yeah, it doesn't, because when I know that's my issue, is when I'm doing something and it really feels physically like it's so hard and it's exercise, I do tend to kind of give up on something. Something that's like, you're just doing it and it seems like you're having a good time, and then you had friends there. It would be something that, you could really stick to doing.
Right. And like I said, they had the whirlpool, a sauna, and a steam room. And so, I mean, even if you didn't want to go in the pool, you could get some benefit out of the other stuff too,
Right.
But they're just both. And of course, they're about 10 years older than me. So they're kind of like, yeah, no. And I said, well, I don't want to be like they are in 10 years.
Right.
I want to go ahead and do what I can to reverse as much as I can and stay active and build strength and all of that, so that I will be able to live longer and have a good life and be able to be with my granddaughter. So
Yeah.
Right.
And me, I love to swim, and we've always had a pool in our backyard, and that always made a big difference for me in the summer. Well,
mhm.
this past summer I was so sick going through this Hashimoto crap. I didn't know, what the hell was going on. I was so exhausted,
I'm gonna go to the potty real quick.
Okay.
Okay. And I was just like, if it was real humid or hot, I don't want to be outside. If it was too cool, it was too cool to get in the water, and it's like, I think I got in the pool one time this past summer. And normally I'm out there every day.
Yeah, I'm not a swimmer, so to speak,
Oh, neither am I.
but I like to play in the water, and
Yeah.
I can float on my back, and I can get by in the pool all right.
Or you have to I take a floaty and I'll just kick my legs back and forth across the
Yeah,
pool,
yeah.
do some stretches in the pool,
And I started out just even walking
yes,
in the
walking.
shallow end, just
Yep.
walking. And it's amazing to me how much less I hurt in the water than out of the
Yes,
water.
yes.
And I almost overdo it sometimes because I
You
can
can.
move so freely in
Yep.
the water.
Yes,
And
you
then
can.
the next day I'm like, oh my God, I got a muscle right here I never knew I had that,
Mhm.
it's hurting. And that's what it is. It's like, because feels so good that you don't
Mhm.
realize that you can overdo it.
Yep.
Mm.
It's like when I get wild hair up my butt and I'm like, all right, and I'm having a good day, I'm going to start cleaning this house. Well,
Hmm. I do the
I can
same
only
thing.
vacuum like half the living room and I have to stop because the pain is just so horrible in my back.
Yeah.
And, and I'll go and sit for a while and then I'll go back to it, or, you know, start doing stuff around the house, putting clothes away, doing this, doing that, laundry, but, and the next day I'm just done.
Well, I've
Mm-hmm.
learned I do a little, take a break, do a little more, take a
Yep.
break.
I'm learning to do that.
Yeah. And I had a lower back fusion, so I lost some of my forward mobility.
Mm-hmm.
And standing at the kitchen sink, just that little lean forward doing
Yep.
dishes kills my back.
Oh,
And
like if you just want to wash your hair in the kitchen sink, hell no.
I can't do it by myself.
Can't do it. And to wash my hair in the tub, can't do it.
I have a rolly office desk chair that I have here at my desk that I will roll into my kitchen, and I will, like if I'm chopping up vegetables, say,
Oh yeah.
something that, even like peeling hard-boiled eggs takes me a long time when I'm trying to do it standing up. But I live in an apartment that is basically handicap accessible. So I can wheel my chair everywhere, and I can pretty much do everything in my kitchen sitting in the chair.
I've heard, you probably heard me say, like, when I take showers,
Uh-huh.
it just takes everything out of me.
Right.
And if I have to do my hair to go somewhere right away,
Mm-hmm.
I'm in so much pain by the time I'm done that I don't want to go. So I just figured something out. Well, what I've been doing is like take the shower the night before, straighten my hair,
Mm-hmm.
and then I can fix my hair and makeup in the next day.
Right.
Well, I just figured something out the other day. I was
Well,
doing my hair. I brought one of the bar stools from the kitchen into the bathroom so I can sit.
Yep.
While doing my hair.
Exactly.
And it made such a difference.
Well, because my balance is so bad because I can't feel my feet, I had trouble taking a shower because when I would close my eyes to, do the shampoo, I would fall over. And I
Oh,
was so afraid I was going to fall out of the tub into the toilet, and seriously injure myself.
mm-hmm.
So I had to get one of those shower chairs
Yeah.
and handheld shower thing. But now it's like my balance has improved. I could probably do it without it, but I'm so used to that routine of doing it that way that I feel like, I'm safe. I'm not going to fall,
Mm-hmm.
but at first I was like, I am not old enough to have to use a shower chair. But hey, if it works and it helps, who
Yeah.
cares?
Don't.
know?
Yeah.
I don't care at all. I'm like, I'll do whatever I have to do, to make my life as good as it can
Yep.
be.
Yeah.
And when the water hits my skin, it's like needles hitting me.
Oh,
And just when washing up, shaving your legs, just all the motion, that you do when you're in the shower, people don't realize
right.
it knocks the piss out of someone like me. So it's like when I get out of the shower, it's like I'm just like, oh my God, someone just hit me with a Mack truck. So now, like I said, I've moved that bar stool into my bathroom. So it's almost to the counter because I used to sit on the toilet to put my makeup on, and so you're kind of twisted.
Mm-hmm.
And now
you're not at the right level,
right,
for the countertop. Yeah.
right. Mm-hmm.
True Smiles, what is a wet room? I'm not familiar.
I think it's a open concept type bathroom where there's no, I don't know, the toilet is right there with the shower and the sink and everything's right. It just I think.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I got to order me one of those rain shower heads. Oh my God.
It's tiled all over. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Kind of like, I think, are you in the UK?
I think she is.
Okay.
And that's very common over there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I was going to say is I know it, like in Japan, they have like the drain is in the middle of the bathroom floor.
Yep.
And like the shower just, like you just stand there and the shower head is there. And then when you're done, everything drains down that drain, but you don't have like a separate tub or a separate shower stall like we have here in the US. So,
yeah.
Right.
And for me to
and it's open. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me, like to take, people say, well, take a bath.
Yes.
How are you going to get out of the tub?
And anybody who has fibromyalgia, they know where the pressure points are. And to sit in those, like a porcelain tub.
We have a visitor. Andy, what? Can I see your face, Andy? Oh, he went away. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see, when they don't chat and talk and chat, that's a big.
Well, yes, and always asked to see their face.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure you've already figured that out.
Yeah. That was funny though, because I'm like, who is this trying to come up here? We don't even know you. Oh, he's back. You have to show me your face, sir. Hi.
I'd even cover your whole screen.
Yeah. How do I do that? Go full screen.
Hit full screen, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Like that. There you go.
Okay. What can we do for you? Oh, he left again. He's a young. Well, you guys can see him though, right?
No.
I can't.
No, we can't.
Kind of a young guy with curly hair, smoking a cigar.
Oh,
that's interesting. No. That's
interesting.
Kind of like that guy.
Channel for older people, sir.
I mean, your title is "Living My Best Life at 60."
At 60, yeah.
Hello.
Oh goodness. Well, maybe he got the idea not to come back here. I think we're probably the only people live in the middle of the night, so he's probably...
you'd be surprised.
Oh goodness. Okay, I'm gonna take that down.
Yeah, just go back to
Oh,
Just start playing with the little buttons. Find what you like.
Karen and Amanda, are y'all still in here?
It shows 5 of us in here, so
Well,
they probably are.
Well, Truth Smiles is still chatting.
They're probably asleep.
Okay, because if Karen and Amanda aren't,
True
then
Smiles is a mod.
well, no, I know, but if Truth Smiles is the only one chatting, and Karen and Amanda left, then there's 4 other people.
They're probably in here. They were listening, went to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Because
True Smile says your first encounter.
yeah.
Yay!
Good thing y'all were here.
Yay!
So that I wasn't sitting here talking to myself.
And it's over.
Be talking to myself and be like, oh, somebody wants to chat, and put them on the screen, and then oops.
It's like, no. I'm sorry, but no. Go away, little boy.
Oh, goodness.
These cougars don't want to play.
And nope.
We want to have adult talking.
Karen is here.
Karen's here.
She's
she
not
says
feeling
I'm
exhausted, not feeling well.
She's just listening.
I feel for you, Karen. I know when I got out of the hospital with the pneumonia, I was just wiped out.
That's up with me having this COVID. It's like it's not as bad as when I had it the first time. It's the variant that's more like a chest head cold. But like today, I have been asleep all day.
Well, feel better, Karen. Try to get some
rest.
Get some rest, Karen. I feel so bad because then the Walmart won't deliver to her, because she was further out. And I'm like, well, I can go order her some stuff on Amazon, but it still wouldn't get there for 2 days. It's like, it just sucks that we live so far apart from each other.
I know. I know Lori's in Florida. Couple other people are in Florida. I don't think there's any. Well, Savannah is in Savannah, is in Georgia, but there's not very many people around me. Most of y'all are like in the mid section of the states.
Yeah. Well, I'm only 4.5 hours from Purple.
I'm down. I'm Texas.
Yeah, she's down.
Okay, so you and Brenda and Frank and Amy.
Love you, Karen.
Love you,
I
honey.
really hope you get some sleep.
Yeah, definitely get some sleep. Hopefully, if it is a virus, hopefully it passes soon.
Yeah.
It could be. Did she get tested for the flu?
Not the flu. She said she tested herself twice for COVID and it came up negative.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I might have the flu. I didn't realize I had pneumonia, so I went to get tested for the flu and then found out I had pneumonia. So, but
yeah, she's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So it's like, fucking move closer.
Yeah, I just didn't. When that other person was in Purple's, that's why I said something silly but I'm in Texas.
And Harper, I'm sorry about asking you.
No.
I mean, sometimes I don't realize that, people might not want to put that out there. So I do apologize.
Most people know, it's been said several times. People know that I'm from Texas. Where exactly? No, but it's not a big secret.
Yeah.
But when like a new person comes in and starts asking, that's why I said something stupid and said a different state.
I thought that was funny as shit, actually.
Yeah. But
I'm from Connecticut. And I'm like, you are?
With my voice. Yeah, I know. I know. Well, that's why I usually don't participate when they say, like, tell us where you're from and the temperature. Like, I'll say the temperature. I don't say the state. Most people know. So I'm not going, and like right now I feel pretty comfortable. I don't think there's anybody in here, but even though most people know, I'm not going to keep saying it over and over now. And for the new people that come and don't know, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I
want to start saying Guatemala.
Okay, True Smile says living may be put in warning in your, what do you call it,
Your
for
banner.
and
Your
over.
banner.
Oh, okay. That's a good
You
idea.
just, where you put welcome everyone, and
Yeah.
then just maybe put
content.
for 18 and over only.
Yeah.
How do I?
You just click
Wait,
on it and
I
add
got
it.
Yeah, okay. Edit. And no porn bombers. I can't say that though, can I?
No. Well,
they probably would be like, "What's a porn bomber? We didn't
there you go.
do that to you."
Right.
There you go. Just like you said, content for 18 and older.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh God, 10 more days. I don't know why I'm dreading this one so much.
What?
My birthday.
Oh.
Me too. My birthday's actually 3 days before yours. Mine's the 15th. And it didn't
18th.
It didn't bother me turning 40. It didn't bother me turning 50. But for some reason turning 60 just seems like I'm old. I mean, that just seems so old.
You're not old.
My sister just turned 60 on yesterday. So
I think it's really your frame of mind. Like
Yeah, it is. It is.
And it's not the big ones that bother me. It's the weird ones, like the 47, 37. Now I'm going to be 57, and it's like, ugh.
I mean,
then I get over it, and I'm like, well, all right. It's just a number.
Having a young daughter, though, keeps me young, I think.
Yeah.
Living my best life. Your mom sounds a lot like my mom. And like my birthday didn't bother me. Like I just had my birthday and I turned 48 and I didn't really even think anything of it. And then my mom was like, oh, oh my God, can you believe you're so old? And I'm thinking, really? Because
you're older than
you're
me.
my mother. Yeah, like you're my mother. But my mom has a really, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, my mom has, my mom, I will say, my mom's very beautiful. She's a very beautiful woman. But my mom knows that. And I think my mom's always felt like this competition, which I don't know why, because I don't wear makeup. I dress very casual, t-shirts, sweats.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm at home, I'm usually in my pajamas. And my mom has always been the opposite. Like she can't leave the house without a full face of makeup.
That's how my mom is.
Very, like, always dressed up. And
she's got a diamond ring on every finger, my mom.
And so my mom and I don't see each other very often, but like if my mom were to call me and say, do you want to go with me somewhere, and I were to say yes, and I get dressed in something I think is nice, she'll walk in the door and she'll go, oh, you haven't gotten ready yet?
Yep, she sounds like narcissistic mother.
Yeah, and I'll say, well, I did. This is what I'm wearing, and she'll go, oh, that's what you're wearing, and I'll say, well, yeah, like I literally took my time to pick something out that's dressier than I would normally wear, and then she'll say, well, aren't you gonna go brush your hair? And I like literally fixed my hair. And it's the stuff like that. And she always is like, why don't you ever wear makeup? You would look so much prettier with makeup on. It's the stuff like that.
Well, my mom, it was so bad growing up that I blocked a lot of it out as I grew up. And
Oh yeah.
she lived by my sister for 25 years. I have a sister that's 2 years older. And for 25 years she lived near my sister, and my sister basically, took care of her after my dad had passed. And so I hadn't been around her for 25 years, except for on vacations here and there. And so when my sister retired to Florida, my mom didn't want to go. And so I said, well, come to Georgia. You can live near me, or whatever. Well, it wasn't. And my sister tried to warn me, and, I was like, no, it's my mom. It'll be fine, And it wasn't but a few months after she got here that it all came flooding back. And I remembered, everything. And then she started, and my daughter was 14 at the time, and she started doing the same stuff to my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, that's it. I can't, you may have ruined me, but you're not ruining my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So I pretty much had to go no contact with her. And by that time, my brother, who's younger than me, and my sister, they had both already kind of washed their hands of it because she'd already done so much to them. So it's not a good situation at all. But I do know that a lot of times when I feel negative things, it's my mom's voice that I hear in my head,
Right.
And I have to say, she was not right, and that's not true, about yourself or whatever. But
yeah, and I've never, talked about anything of this aspect publicly, but yeah, I've been told for years that I should cut off all contact with my parents.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very hard. Like, I could never do it. And then this therapist I have now told me once, she's like, it was the same thing. I started when we delved into things, and she said, you have to cut off contact. Like, toxic, you have to. And
well, that's what I had to decide. Was it her being in my life was more toxic than her not being in my life?
Right.
And it's not that I don't love my mother. I just wish she was a different mother than she is. And she's not capable of loving me the way I would want my mother to love me.
Right.
And when you understand all of that, even though it's hard, I still think about her all the time. I still find myself wanting to call her, and things like that. But you just have to kind of self-preservation,
Right. And there was, other stuff, but she asked me, because I kept telling her I can't. Well, and right now I explained her with my dad's cancer and things, and feeling like you grow up in my mind, you're told like you have to honor, no matter what, honor your mother and your father.
Exactly.
And like I felt like I couldn't abandon them right now, especially. And she told me the only thing you have to honor your parents with is that you recognize that they are your parents. True. Everything outside of that, you don't owe them anything. And it's like the first time somebody had just bluntly said it to me like that.
Right. Well, when my dad passed away, I was 18. My brother was 12 and my sister was 20. And do you know, to this day, my mother has never acknowledged the fact that we lost our father. It's always been she lost her husband.
Oh.
Yeah.
Always about her and her loss and her grief and her suffering, never even acknowledging, and even to say that we wished it had been her that died instead of our dad.
Wow. Oh, Lord.
Which is a sick thing to say.
Right.
especially to your children who are grieving the loss of their father. But that's my mom, you know.
Yeah.
I could tell you story after story after story, but it's not worth it to me. But
Right. And that should, yeah, this, like, I'm surprised I'm even, like, I've never spoken about this stuff, but I still, I still have told my therapist, like, I can't, like, I said, of course, that's the one person, you're, well, you should be, like, totally honest with. And I've just told her, I can't. I don't have it in me right now.
and you may never.
Right. Well, with my dad going through everything with his cancer, I can't. I
Mhm.
can't
But
do it.
as long as you realize that it is a toxic relationship and you protect yourself so that it doesn't hurt you any, you'll be okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You don't have to go no contact. When it gets to that point, it's like the last thing you can do.
yeah, I have as limited contact as possible. But I cannot just say now at this time, like, I'm just cutting them out completely. I
I'm
do,
like that with my sister.
yeah, because I still do what's needed for my dad when I need to, or this and that. But everything else, it's as limited as possible.
Are your parents still married, Harper?
Yes, they actually got divorced and got remarried.
Oh, Lord.
But that's when I was
True smiles you noticed.
that's when I was young.
I changed my name.
Yeah, it my yeah, all I can say to make you guys understand without saying it is my childhood was way more complicated than you probably ever could understand.
No, you've told me
Yeah.
some.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that saved any of us kids was my dad was wonderful. He had lost his mom at 5 and his dad at 14. So he basically didn't have a childhood. So everything we did as a family, as children, it was my dad's first time doing it too. And so he made sure we did all the family vacations, the big Christmases, the birthdays, everything that a kid would want you to do, my dad did for us.
See, and we never had the family vacations. I think growing up, I can maybe count two, if that. Never went like to Disney or anything like that. And we, my mom and stepdad are workaholics.
Mm.
And as growing up, we grew up out in the country, but not on any type of a farm. So we raised like chickens and turkeys and stuff like that, and rabbits for meals. And my mom had like over an acre garden. It was a garden that was bigger than an acre. And in the summers, that's all we did was work around the house.
Sometimes
And
they do.
my mom and dad were strict. My mom and stepdad strict. Um, I never went to high school parties. Um, I never drank until I was the summer before my senior year in high school. Well, I really shouldn't say that, but they would do things like we had a cabin up north. It wasn't on a lake, but we'd go up there every weekend and we would have to cut the lawn, which was always really long with weeds. And it had outdoor toilets. We had running water, but that was it. And there was never nothing for us to do up there. It was like boring as shit. We didn't go to the beach hardly, or, it was just always working. And it was just really tough. And so with my kids, I swear to God, I'd never raise them like that. And I didn't. They didn't get a free for all either, though.
Well, my sister and I talk about it all the time. How did we both ended up having one child, and they're both great kids, and now we became grandmothers about the same time. So it's kind of like, even though we had such a terrible example of a mother, we were able to make sure that we didn't do that to our kids, and that our kids are going to be good parents to their kids. So hopefully we broke that cycle.
Yeah. I mean, my mom's changed a lot over the years. She's mellowed out. She spoils the grandkids horrible. But, I love my mom to death. I can't imagine my life without her. But I don't know.
I just don't think we ever get the mom we wanted. It's kind of like, in a perfect world, I would have had, a totally different mother. But
my boys always say to me, they're so lucky they have me for a mom.
yeah, my daughter says that too. And she knows how my mom was. So
Oh, yeah.
she's like, yeah. And she also knows that I chose her over my mom, so.
Living my best life. Oh, no. Yeah, my mom won't admit she ever did anything wrong.
Mm-mm.
She'll say she did the best that she could.
My mom won't even say that. She won't even acknowledge that there was ever any problem. She thinks we had the perfect family.
Yeah.
There's no perfect family, for fuck's sake. Sorry.
Yeah.
And when we were little kids, we'd go outside, and this was, of course, in the late 60s. It was still safe to play outside.
Mm-hmm.
And we lived in a suburb, and so, everybody on our block, all the kids played together and everything.
Yep.
And she would call us when it was time to come in for dinner or whatever, and you got that one call. If you didn't come when she called you, you were in trouble. Well, all the other mothers would stand at their doors and holler for their kids over and over and over. And they'd ask my mom, how come your kids come right when you call them? Oh, because I have good kids, No, because we knew what would happen if we didn't come when she called us.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't because we were great kids or she was a great mother. It was because we were scared to death of her, if we had crossed her. So, of course, we came when she called us.
Yeah, I remember those years. That's when my mom was divorced. For 5 years, she went.
You remember the wooden paddle with the elastic with the ball on the end of it?
No, we got the Hot Wheel tracks.
Oh, well, we would get those every year for Christmas in our stocking. And when you broke the ball off, then you had to write your name on it and put it in the bathroom cupboard. And when you got in trouble, she was going to paddle you with that.
Ooh.
Okay. She never got around to paddling you because she would lecture you so long that eventually she'd, let you go. But it was like, just go ahead and paddle me. Don't give me a 3-hour lecture.
Wooden spoons and the Hot Wheel tracks.
Just go ahead and just once. I wish she would have just paddled me instead of told me what a no good for nothing person I was for whatever it was supposedly I had done wrong.
I will say that's one thing my mom never did. I hate to say this, but my medicine's kicking in.
Well, then you need to go to bed.
Yeah.
I am.
Have a good sleep.
I don't know what time it is where y'all are, but it's 3:49 where I am.
2:49 here.
2:49.
So I'll stay in chat. I'll probably fall asleep though.
Okay. You can talk to True Smiles. She's
okay.
in there.
Love you.
Love
Love
you
you guys.
guys. Night.
Good night. Mm. Well, Harper, sounds like we have similar backgrounds.
Yep, I think so.
I went to a therapist one time. I had my first boyfriend was abusive, and after I was long married, I finally decided I needed to talk to somebody about my mom and about that abusive boyfriend and all. And the therapist said that they would be surprised if I hadn't had an abusive relationship, being of how I was raised.
Mm-hmm.
And I never had put the two together to realize that, yeah, I put up with the abuse because I really thought it was partially my fault and that I probably deserved it,
Mm-hmm.
and I did not. And now I
Right.
would never put up with that.
Right.
But I did, in my 20s. And just, it's really bad, the things that, stem from having a bad childhood or having a problematic childhood, I'll say.
Yeah, it is. It I don't think people sometimes realize the long-term effects from that.
No, and I don't think people take the time to get to know people well enough to even know, what kind of childhood or upbringing did they have.
Right.
People just assume everybody, had decent enough parents or, whatever. And I'm always amazed when I find out somebody was in foster care,
Yeah.
because it just seems to me like, I don't know how I would have handled that. At least I know I had a home. It might not have been a good home or the best home, but I did have a home.
Right. And I know for me, for a long time, I was, my best friend, here, I would always tell her, I was deathly afraid to tell, you go to luncheon with a group of ladies or you're with your friends. And I always told her I was petrified to talk about that because typically for me anyway, when I would be with a group of women or something and they'd be talking about their relationships with their mom, they always had these wonderful relationships. And they, like their mom was their best friend and they could call their mom and they could talk to their mom. And so I was petrified to say or to talk about my relationship with my mom because I told her who would understand about a mother and a daughter that don't get along. And then I always thought that people would think, well, gosh, what did you do to your mom to make her
Exactly.
not love you? Like, what mother doesn't love their child? Like, you must have been something wrong with you. And that's not always how some mothers don't instinctively love their children.
Exactly.
And I
And
so I
probably
was
shouldn't have children either.
right. And so it was very shameful and painful because I didn't, and she told me, she's like, no, you'd be surprised. I have a lot of, because she has a career, and she's like, no, you'd be surprised. I hear this or this. And I'm like, but I've never heard that. I always just hear about, you know, women with wonderful, oh, my mom, and oh, I call my mom for everything. And like, who typically, like, you're the oddball that would just,
Exactly.
it's not something you ever feel comfortable.
And there's some amount of shame because you wanted to be that girl that had that relationship with her mom.
Right.
And because you didn't, even though you know it's not your fault, and like I know my mom was not capable of having that kind of relationship with me.
Right.
But I still feel like I was, not I guess shame is the word. I was ashamed of the fact that I didn't have that,
Right.
you know.
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
And
Exactly.
I've been able to talk to my sister about it, of course, because she went through it too. But you're really the first person I've ever talked to about it that actually can understand
Right.
where I'm coming from. Because most people are like, "You did what to your mother? You know, you don't have contact with her."
Right.
It's like, okay, but you don't understand.
Right.
You know, you wouldn't have contact with somebody who was hurting you every day of your life.
Right.
So, you know, why would I want to have contact with her? But like I said, I blocked so much of it out. When I first started remembering things, of course I went to my sister and I said, you know, I think I'm losing my mind because I'm having these memories and it can't, this can't have happened. These can't be true. And she was like, I wondered when you were going to remember. And I'm like, it's true, you know. And then we started
Mhm.
talking about things and she's like, you don't remember half of what happened. And even to this day on Christmas Day, my sister, my brother, and I, we were in a group chat talking, and my sister asked us something, and neither myself or my brother remembered it. And she said, you know, there's so much y'all just don't remember. And her being the oldest, she's like the keeper of the memories. You know, she
Right.
knows everything.
Right.
So, but I've never had a friend who was like, "Oh yeah, I get it. I understand." They always look at me kind of like, "I don't know, you know."
Right.
And then
That's
they wonder why I have such a good relationship with my daughter because I vowed I would never be that kind of mother. You
right. And
know,
I think that's, for me, I know you'll understand because I don't want to say too much on here, but I mean, I've said openly, I was a mom at 16.
mm-hmm,
I, how do I say this? I back then met my boy, at 16 would have been my boyfriend. Um, was the only person I was ever with. And so when I became pregnant, or when I found out, I mean, I'll be 100% honest. I wasn't necessarily like, well, for one, I always knew for myself an abortion wasn't an option. That's just me personally.
uh-huh,
And then I also wasn't upset because in my mind, now this is a 16-year-old girl back then, and the situation, I was like looking at a family situation, I thought in my mind seemed like what I quote unquote a real family.
somebody who would love you,
Right. And I'm looking at that family thinking that's what a real family is supposed to look like.
right?
So I was like, then I at 16 left. Little did I know that's not at all what was going to take place.
Right.
And went from one bad situation right into another.
Mm.
And then I was married for 22 years.
Oh wow.
Right. And it was not a good situation. But I had 3 children, and because of military life with that person, and we lived overseas, I literally, it was just me and my kids, basically.
Right.
And I really clung to just being the best mom I could be to my kids, like you.
Right.
And that there's times when you feel a lot of guilt because I was of my age. I was like a mom and like a friend at the same time to my kids.
Right.
Not that I was very strict. I was like a mom, but my kids were all I had in my life
Right.
for a lot of years because I was in other countries for a long time. So, in the situation I was in, I was only around my children. So,
Well, that's probably how you survived,
yeah.
because you had your children.
Mm-hmm. So,
Well, I got out of that abusive relationship and met my husband, got married, and then it took us 10 years to have a child. And
wow.
I found out after I had my daughter that I had polycystic ovarian syndrome, which back when I had it, they didn't know anything about it. And so that's why I wasn't ovulating, so I couldn't get pregnant.
Oh gosh, so you really had a miracle baby.
Right. And that's also what made me become diabetic, because it also causes you to be insulin resistant, and it doesn't take very long for that to turn into full-fledged diabetes. So I found out I had a baby, had that disease, ended up finding out I had underactive thyroid, that I was diabetic, and I had high blood pressure, all at the same time. So it was like, welcome to motherhood. I always tell my daughter, I was very healthy till I had you. No, I just didn't go to the doctor, so I didn't know these things.
Yeah.
Until I had her. But yeah, and in a way, she kind of saved my life too, because I wanted so badly to have someone who would love me no matter what. And
Right.
she does. And I don't know where or how my life would have been without her. But like I said, I had her when I was 34. I had her in September, and that following January, I turned 35.
Well, that's awesome.
So she was 17 when my husband ended up leaving. So I still had a year of high school, and then of course.
Hold on. True Smile said, did you wait until they were older? You don't have to answer. What do you mean, True Smiles? What did I wait?
Did you wait to end your relationship until your kids were older?
I will answer this very honestly, and I think living my best life at 6, you may understand this. Other people may not understand this at all. I actually was not the one that ended my relationship. And I know that's very hard for people to understand. I would have never ended my relationship. Going from my childhood and then into that relationship for so many years, when you've lived your whole entire childhood being told something by a parental figure, it's very easy then to believe when you go into another relationship by someone who's not your parent, who then starts telling you the same things, to believe it really is true. These things really are true about me.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only did your parents say and do horrible things to you, now the next person who you've ever trusted in your life has done horrible and said horrible things to you. But if this makes any sense, and I will be honest, in case if this could ever help someone, it wasn't as bad. And I then had children. So right. I was not in the mind frame I wouldn't have actually left myself. And I know that sounds so weird. He actually came home one day. He met someone else. And and told me how she was so much smarter than me and all these things, and that he was going to be getting a divorce, just like out of the blue. And and that was it. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated, but it's almost that cut and dry.
Well, that's how it was with my husband. He just up in one day started talking to somebody he met online, and of course I didn't know. And I worked and I took care of my daughter, took care of the house and what have you. And I had never been a jealous person. I never checked his phone or his computer or anything like that. And I went to work on a Saturday morning, and when I come home that night, he was gone.
Yeah, I mean, looking back now, yeah, there were a couple things, but because you're told, like, you're not allowed to be that way, I couldn't see it for what it was then.
Right.
Now I've described it as having a veil lifted off. Like, now that I'm not in that situation, I see things totally different and very clearly now. But at the time, no. And we were living in a different state. Texas is my home state. And I was told that I could. Now, we were married 22 years. I mean, take that into account. Like a whole lifetime. And I was told that I could take what fit in the car, and whatever fit into the car I was allowed to take. And I had to drive back to Texas. That's all I walked away out of a 22-year marriage. Literally.
Well, now my husband, he barely took anything when he left. And of course, he came back and he helped us move and did a piss poor job of being a father to my daughter. And then he didn't have any contact with either one of us for 3 years. And then my daughter decided she wanted to track him down and make him be a father, And so now they have a good relationship, and he's grandpa to the baby. And I guess all is good that ends good,
Yeah. It's just.
True smiles. That's terrible. I can't. That's one thing after going through domestic violence. I cannot stand it. And my sister or my daughter teaches with somebody who right now is going through that. And she went back to him after he just about killed her. And I told my daughter, I said, once they hit you, they will not stop.
No, they don't.
So she needs to get out of that relationship, but she's scared, and but it just breaks my heart when I know somebody's in that kind of situation and they don't have the strength or the will to, get out of it.
Yeah. It is hard because I know I made up excuses. I lied. I don't know.
Well, I know I stayed with the person who abused me because I was in love with that person. They were not necessarily in love with me, but I wanted so badly for somebody to love me.
Yeah.
So I would put up with whatever. And
Mhm.
then right after that ended, I finally got out of that situation. Then I met my husband. My husband could have been an axe murderer. It wouldn't have mattered. I mean, I needed somebody, and it probably, even though I say we had a happy marriage for 29 and a half years, it may not have been to him. I mean, you look back and you see things that you didn't notice at the time.
Right.
I was too busy trying to have a baby, and then I was too busy working and raising a baby. I don't know. But I've forgiven him, and I've forgiven myself for whatever part I played in it, because it takes two to
Yeah.
make marriage work. So even though I don't feel like, I mean, I know I'd never cheated on him or abused him or anything like that, and we never had arguments. That's the funny thing, because you always think about, well, the people that argue all the time, oh, they might split up, but it's really the people who are very quiet that normally they just don't communicate, and then
Mhm.
it just ends. So I don't know. That's why I don't know if I want to try to date or not, because I don't really trust men too much.
Yeah, I hear you. I've been in a relationship now for 9 years, but I was not looking for a relationship at all.
Mm-hmm.
It happened extremely naturally, and I am with some it's again, that's part of, why I am in therapy. It's been a learning process because it's a healthy relationship. And again, people would probably be like, well, that's a good thing. And it is a good thing, but when you've never had that before, it's strange.
Yeah.
It's really strange. And I've had to, it's strange for him and it's strange for me because sometimes he doesn't understand my reactions
Right.
because they're reactions to an old situation. And so he kind of looks at me like it's an instilled behavior. And so, I that's why I talk to my therapist and to learn how to communicate with him to break, and she'll tell me, well, don't feel guilty. This is something that's been instilled for so long, and you're doing really good. It's just breaking those habits are going to take a long time.
Well, and with me, I think no matter who it would be that I would date, all the things that resentments I have about my ex, I think I would put them on that person. In other words, I think I would become very jealous, very controlling, all the things I wasn't with my ex, because I would be punishing them for what my ex did to me, which would not in any way be their fault. But I think just because I was hurt so badly and felt betrayed, I just don't know how I would not have those feelings.
See, that's never been an issue for me. I just figure now in life things are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
I've come to the conclusion I can't make someone love me. They either are or they aren't. Like I am who I am. I've learned that. I I take in account this is who I am. Somebody is going to have to accept me for me. We're together. There's obviously a reason he loves me. It's the simple things. Like I have to learn um I know that really bother my boyfriend, like my continuous, like something happens and it's like, I'm sorry. And he's like, what do you like? Stop saying you're sorry. It's that kind of stuff.
Right. Because
You
it's
know what
like you're walking on eggshells.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or if there's a loud noise or something I think I've done wrong, and like he just goes to turn around fast, and I flint, like I'm cowering and flinching,
Uh-huh.
and
Yep.
he's like, "What do you do?" When we first, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And it was just a reflex, and that's what I mean by it was so ingrained.
Right.
You don't even
You're not
realize.
thinking about it. You're
Yeah,
not,
you don't
yeah,
even
you're just
realize.
reacting of how you're,
Right.
yeah.
And then you realize, gosh, this is weird. Like I am doing something really weird. So it's learning how to retrain yourself to a normal relationship.
Yeah, it's got to be tough. But
Yeah.
thank goodness you found somebody who accepts you and you can work through those things with, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad. Like, it's nice to talk about these things. It does make me nervous talking about them on YouTube, but at the same time, I know we can't be the only person that have gone through this kind of stuff.
No, I'm sure we're not. And that's the thing. If other people, can see or hear my story, hopefully they will be able to talk about their story. And if there's healing in that, sometimes you just have to be able to say it out loud.
Yeah, I've just been nervous with everything, but you get to a point where it's like it is what it is,
Right.
and you just it's
And our past has made us who we are,
yeah,
you know? I mean, it might not be the past that everybody has us into who we are today. So I don't really regret my past, or I'm not ashamed of my past. I just know it's different than some people.
yeah. Well, and it's not like it can be changed. You just have to make the most of everything going forward.
Exactly.
So, one day at a time.
That's right. As long as we keep moving forward, we'll be okay.
Yeah.
So
Just
you have 3 children. Do you have any grandchildren?
I do. I have one. My oldest son has one biological, and then the woman that he married had 3 previous. So I have 4 total.
Oh, wow.
Well, and then my boyfriend, his daughter has a grandchild. So really, it would be 5 total.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much I was going to love having a grandchild. I knew I
It's,
wanted one. I was like, yeah, it's about time you have a baby for me. It's like I knew I wanted one, but I didn't really realize it until I saw my daughter with the baby. And it's like, I love my daughter even more because now she's a mom, but that baby is something, I tell you.
it's just sad they all live out of state. So
Yeah, that's bad.
don't get to see them a whole awful lot. I'm not going to say one on here, but my second oldest, my daughter, is getting married,
Cool.
and I think they're going to start trying to have a baby
That would
right after they get married.
Well, my daughter got married while she was in college, and she wanted to wait until she was out of college and started teaching before she had a child. And so it was kind of like, who knows when. It wasn't like they're preventing it or they're trying. It was just kind of like, if it happens, it happens. And I was really surprised when she got pregnant. So I thought she might have the problems like I had. And
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of like, hoping that she wouldn't. And she doesn't. So that's great.
Yeah.
But yeah. And she just told me tonight that she's late now. So she might be having another one.
Oh my gosh.
She said, I don't want to jinx it, but which she's been trying for about probably 3 or 4 months. She ended up having to have a C-section, and the doctor told her she needed to wait at least a year.
Oh, how
So
exciting
the
if
baby's
it's
17 months, so that's what, 5 months. So yeah, she's been trying about 5 months.
yeah. Well,
So
how exciting.
so she might. They want to have a boy, but you don't get
Yeah.
to say what they are. We'll take another girl, but a boy would be great too.
Yeah. I know. Well, my daughter will be 30 by the time she gets in. So they were going to wait. And then I guess she's been thinking, see, that's what she's so afraid. She's like, Mom, I'm going to be 30. And what if it doesn't happen right away? Or what if there's something wrong? And then we find out. And so I don't want more time to go by. And she's like, I think we've decided that after we're married and after the honeymoon, we're just going to start trying. And I didn't want to hide my excitement. I'm like, okay, well, that's great news for me. Like, just have the baby, drop it off over here, and y'all just come visit the baby.
Oh my gosh, that's exactly how I am because I watch her during the week while my daughter works, and I
Yeah,
find myself making excuses why she needs to spend the night.
yeah,
And I make it sound like, I know you're tired. If you just want to go home and rest, she can stay the night, things like that. And it's like, my daughter's like, she's my baby, right? And I'm like, you can visit her whenever you want.
I know. I have a feeling my daughter's gonna be in for a shock because I can see myself being that way. Like, yeah.
Well, my nephew, him and his wife, they got married 2 years ago, and they were both right at like 38, 39, and neither one of them had had any children. And so they got married and they, started trying immediately. And luckily they got pregnant pretty quickly. And so their daughter is like 6 months younger than my granddaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I don't know if they'll have any, any more or not. But so
Mm-hmm.
my sister had her second marriage he had teenage girls when she got married. And so they've had kids. And now I think there even might be a great grandchild on that side. But her actual biological child, she just has the one son. So this is her first biological grandbaby.
Mm-hmm.
And so she knows how I am about my grandbaby and everything. And she was like, I don't know if I'm going to feel that way, And then after the baby got here, she lives on one side of Florida and they live on the other side of Florida.
Uh-huh.
They got them a place in the town they live in because she goes like every weekend
Yeah.
to see that baby.
Yep.
And she was like, it was killing us, paying hotel bills and all. We might as well be paying,
Mm-hmm.
and getting something. So I think she'll probably eventually move all
Yeah.
the way over there. But it's just funny to, listen to her, about how, well, I have to go. I mean, the baby's doing this, the baby's doing that. And I'm like, and you didn't think you were going to love that baby like that?
Yep.
It's amazing to me.
Yep. I know. I
But
know.
my little girl's baby girl. Oh, it makes me feel really old now too with her having a baby. But anyway, she is the most adorable, smartest child ever. I'm not the least bit biased at all. But I mean, she's like a genius. And she's so sweet. She's just learned how to give you a kiss.
Oh my goodness.
And we always kiss her on the cheek or the forehead.
Uh-huh.
But when she gives you a kiss, she takes both her hands and puts them on either side of your face and gives you a big old smooch right on the lips.
Oh.
We're like, where did she see that? I mean, everybody has always kissed her on the cheek or the forehead. And here she's like, no, I want a big old smooch. So it's so cute.
Oh my goodness.
And it's totally unsolicited. It's just whenever she feels like it,
Oh.
she'll do it. And if you ask her for a kiss, you're never getting one.
Right.
She will not do it when you want her to.
Right.
But she's just learning how to talk. And so like every day it's a new word. And she'll say that word like 1,000 times. It's like, okay, you got that one now. You can stop saying it. Let's learn a different word,
They're so cute though. So cute.
And she's funny and she's sweet. And I look at life through her eyes. She doesn't have a care in the world.
Yep.
And she is just so precious and so innocent. And I'm just so glad I'm here to see it.
It is.
I raised my daughter. I worked. Sometimes I had 2 jobs while she was young. And I spent as much time with her, as I possibly could. And I've always been very involved in her life and everything. But now that I don't have to go to work, everything can wait.
Right.
Just take care of that baby.
Right.
Like I always say, I'm on baby time.
Yeah.
Whenever she wants to take a nap or whenever she wants to go do this, whatever, I do whatever she needs me to do right in the moment. And that's one thing. I'm living in the moment.
Right.
Instead of living in my head, like worrying about what I have to do next week and, that kind of thing.
It's true.
Yeah.
I was very lucky when my grandson was younger. I paid for my son to bring him here, and then my son flew back, and so my grandson got to stay with me for like a month and a half, and that's how it was when he was here. Anything and everything could wait.
Yep.
Right. If the laundry was in the dryer, it could wait. If this needed to be done, it could wait. Nothing was that important, or it was going to be there. When he was here, I just relished in every single moment with him. And my living room was turned into literally like a jungle gym. We had little tykes, literally like, furniture inside the house. I have a
daycare for one.
Yeah, because it was winter. So we had like the jungle gym thing set up inside the house. We were building tent forts everywhere. We were it was the most amazing month and a half. And when my son flew back to pick him up, I didn't want to scare him because he was still pretty young at the time. So I didn't want to cry. I was trying so hard not to cry at the airport because I didn't want to scare the baby. And, but as soon as they went through, the security thing and everything right out of sight, I've never cried so hard in my life.
Well, I can't imagine even having to spend, any time away from her. They had COVID outbreak at the hospital when she went to deliver. And so only her husband could go, and he had to stay in the room with her, and he wasn't allowed to leave. And nobody was allowed to visit or anything like that. So, of course, we had planned on me being there and being in the delivery room, and that didn't work out, and my heart was broken. But I wanted what was, safest for them. So,
right.
She was like 3 days old when I actually first got to meet her. And I had already planned on staying the night with my daughter that first night. And that first night turned into 6 weeks. And I would go to my house. I have a little dog. I would take care of my dog and do laundry, take a shower, whatever. And then I would go back and I would basically take care of the baby at night so they could sleep.
Right.
And I was there for 6 weeks. My daughter was off for a total of 8 weeks before she went back to school. And so then I was there for those 6 weeks. And I said, well, in a couple of weeks, you'll be bringing me the baby, when you go to work and everything. I might as well go on home. And then I got to thinking, well, she's never going to be this little again. I'll never get to, stay the night with her again like that. So I said, well, I'm just going to stay the next 2 weeks. My daughter was like, well, I don't know why you thought you needed to go home. You can stay.
Yeah.
So, and I cooked for him and cleaned the house and, basically made her life very easy so they could just enjoy the baby.
Yeah.
But then when she went back to work, then during the week, and sometimes I could make it till Sunday and I wouldn't have seen the baby Saturday, and I'd make it almost through Sunday, and then I'd have to call them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what did she do? And she's like, she's a baby. She ate, she pooped, she slept. I'm like, was she cute? What did she wear?
Yeah.
My daughter's like, you can't even go 2 days without seeing this baby.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, and then I would think of reasons because I live in the town over from my daughter, and I would think of reasons to have to go to town. And then I'd be like, I'm going to bring something by for you.
Yeah.
And she's like, you're coming to see the baby. Well, yeah, but
Yep. Yep.
Now my daughter knows, whenever she wants me to watch her, just call me and bring her on,
Yeah. Yeah.
No problem. I'll watch her whenever. I had her today for a few hours. My daughter went to lunch with some of her teacher friends, and she was like, can you watch this baby so I can go to lunch? And I said, yeah, sure. And she said, I would like to have an adult lunch without having to feed the baby, and just be able to talk to my adult friends. And I was like, you don't have to explain.
Yeah.
I totally get it. And that's my time with the baby. So sure.
Yeah.
Like, no problem. I don't mind a bit.
I get that. Yeah. That's so good.
It is good.
It
changed my life. It really did.
Yeah.
I was not in a good place before,
Yeah.
So
and that's good it's good for the baby, it's good for your daughter, and it's good for you. So it's good for everybody.
And my poor son-in-law, oh my gosh. He's an introvert.
Yeah.
He talks very little. And my daughter kept telling me, why are you out there talking to him? Why, go in the nursery, be quiet, don't talk to him, and it was him talking to me. It wasn't me, because I knew better, than to over talk him,
Yeah.
And I was trying not to say hardly anything, but he was having conversations with me and stuff. And she's like, I just don't believe, all of a sudden now you guys are best friends talking all the time. And I'm like, well, when you live with somebody for 6 weeks, taking care of their baby, you kind of bond,
That's a good thing though.
Oh yeah. And he's a good man. He's a gentleman, and he'd do anything for anybody. He's not, and it might sound a little racist, because when she first told me she was going to date him, I was like, well, what is he, like a hip hopper, a thug, what is he? And she's like, that's stereotypical, and I'm like, I know, but I just, she's like, no, he's a nerd and he reads and all this. And I'm like, okay. And then once I met him, I was like, okay, I see what you see in him, and they are so good together. When they got married, it was like they were both crying.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you could just tell, that they love each other. So
yeah, I have a lot of, I have Hispanic cousins in my, I have a lot of people that are married to, different people. And so I don't, that's not an issue for me. It's never been an issue for me. I don't,
Yeah, I could care less. And like I said, my granddaughter, she's beautiful. I mean, they blended so well. She's just absolutely gorgeous. So and he loves my daughter, and he loves that baby, and he knows he's got to take me too. It's a package deal.
Yeah.
So He's never, and my daughter and I spend an awful lot of time together, especially before the baby came. And I would always say, well, don't you need to go home? Don't you want to be with your husband? And she'd say, well, yeah, when I get done here, I'm going, but I'm going to spend some time with my mama. And I'd be like, well, I appreciate that. But, I don't want to be the reason your marriage breaks up because he thinks you spend too much time with me or something.
Yeah.
But he had to finally tell me himself, Ma, I know she's with you. She's fine. I'm not worried about her. Go have fun. Do whatever y'all do.
Yeah.
And I think his thing too is that we don't make him go and do the girly things that we do.
Yeah.
You don't want to go get your nails done? Okay, we understand. You can stay home.
Yeah.
Instead of being like, oh no, we're going. You have to go.
Yeah.
So I think he likes that he, can do his own thing or whatever.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I don't think people see, like, I have, and I don't want to see, I'm even afraid because I don't want to say it wrong, but I have biracial people in my family. I have Hispanic people. Like, we are so blended.
Yeah.
So I don't see any problem or issue with anything like that, because that's my like when I see, that's like my like looking at my family, like there's all different people in my family. So
well, my ex married somebody that lives in South Carolina, that has a completely white family, and she never had any children of her own. So this is like her only chance of having a child would be my daughter, and then the grandchild, So it's like she co-grandparents with me. And when we first went to meet all of her extended family, which she has a huge family, I mean, they were so gracious and just accepted my daughter and the baby and her husband. And, even me being her husband's ex-wife, I mean, they were just like, hey, you're family,
Yeah.
And so now when we go and see them and take the baby to see him and things like that, we just feel so comfortable. And, that's just part of our family now. But I was worried about it at first because her dad's like 85 years old. And I was like, how's he gonna, but that's his great grandbaby. He puts her on his lap and wants pictures on the fridge of her. And
yeah.
So,
Yeah. Do you have insomnia too, or do you usually stay up late, or?
I can sometimes go to sleep, but I don't stay asleep.
Uh-huh.
I might sleep a few hours and then I wake up.
Mm-hmm.
And then some nights I don't sleep at all. It just really depends, But no, I don't sleep like a normal person.
Well, no, because I don't know. I didn't mean that to be rude, but
No.
I know,
didn't take it that
like,
way.
some people I've noticed around the internet, like, they always say, oh, well, so-and-so shutting down. Oh, who else is on, or who else? And I know I have a hard time. Like, I try really hard. I have sleep headphones, and if I can't, like, I'll try to listen to music, or like I need something, like some kind of background noise. Even like when I'm trying to go to sleep, I can't stand for it to be completely silent.
Right.
And I'm always like thinking, well, if I just concentrate on the music or something, like maybe that will help me go to sleep, but nothing ever does. But usually,
if I go get in my bed and plan on going to sleep, go and get in my bed, I usually toss and turn. But if I happen to fall asleep, I won't sleep but a couple hours. But if I'm trying to stay awake and I'm in my recliner listening to something on YouTube or on the TV or whatever, I can fall asleep, no problem. I might sleep 4 or 5 hours. So I don't even go to bed. That's the bad thing. I'm just like, hey, if I happen to fall asleep in the recliner or on the couch, wonderful. Because there's something about getting in that bed that it's like, oh, I'm wide awake. I have restless leg.
I
That
do
starts
too.
acting up. I'm like, man, just relax, go to sleep. And I even have TV in the bedroom, but I can't fall asleep in there like that.
Let me hold on because I don't know the name of it, but I have it is called, and I probably am not pronouncing this right. Ropinirol. Ropinirol. They gave me for my restless leg, and I have tried over the years so many things. And then this one doctor said, "Oh, I have something that'll work, a miracle." And they gave me, I think it's called Ropinirol. This has worked like magic. And they gave me a 0.5 tablet to take in the afternoon if my legs start bothering me, and then a 1 milligram tablet to take at bedtime. And my legs do not bother me anymore.
Oh, wow.
And I have severe, I call it jumpy leg, or you know what I'm talking, like
yeah,
restless leg, jumpy leg. And it has worked so good. So I'm amazed.
Well, I have, because of my neuropathy in my feet, it's like I get these, like, feels like somebody's hitting it with electric shock.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a spark kind of feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And if I start getting those, it seems like it just aggravates the restless leg so bad, because it's like I'm already kind of jumpy because of that. And then next thing you know, I'm getting a Charlie horse in my thigh, or something like that. And it's like, oh my gosh, come on. And my feet will hurt so bad. And I can't understand, how can they be numb to the touch, but hurt like crazy?
Right.
It's like,
at the same time, yeah.
You would think if they're that numb, then I shouldn't feel any pain.
Right.
But I get like toe cramps and just, it's bad.
Yeah. I understand that.
The tripping myself, oh my gosh. That's how I tore my Achilles tendon in half, because I had twisted my ankle, but I didn't realize I had twisted it, and I stepped down.
Oh my God.
And tore my Achilles tendon right in half. The doctor said it was like a basketball player injury. And I'm like, believe me, I was not playing basketball,
Oh, I bet that was painful.
And then my doctor wanted to see, because I waited 11 days before I went to the doctor. I really honestly just thought I had twisted my ankle.
Oh my God.
But my foot was like flopping out to the side. But I still just thought, oh, you really messed it up this time, So when I finally went to the doctor, he said, well, I can't. It's not recommended to go and do the surgery now because it's already started to heal. So he said, we'll just let it heal. And if it heals, okay, you'll be fine. And if not, you'll have to have surgery. So I had to be in a walking boot type thing. And ended up, after it healed too long. And so I would like drag my heel, and I ended up wearing a hole in the bottom of my foot.
Oh God.
So then I had to be totally no weight bearing on my foot to get that heel up, and then have surgery. And then after the surgery, I had a cast for like 8 weeks, and then I was in the walking boot for like another 3 months. It was a mess. And that's when I ended up becoming disabled and had to stop working.
Yeah, you really messed it up.
Yeah, it was terrible, terrible. And that was, my job was the last thing I had.
Yeah.
It hadn't changed since my divorce, and then my daughter, moving out and everything.
Yeah.
And then they say I can't go back to work. And I was like, I mean, who wants to be retired at 52 and have nothing, you can't do anything, and yet you don't have any money. It's not like, I could go on trips and, So then I had to learn how to live on a fixed income, and
Yeah.
all my friends were still working, and what do you do? But now looking back, that hadn't all happened, I wouldn't be retired now where I can watch my granddaughter.
Yeah.
So that's the silver lining, even though it was like the worst year of my life, almost.
Yeah.
Now I see, I understand now why all that had to happen. Okay.
Yeah.
But at the time, no, I was like, what? And my daughter said I was in such denial. I kept saying, I'm going back to work. And my daughter was taking me to my doctor's appointments. And the doctor's like, we're going to help you file for disability. You're not going to go back to work, da, da, da. And I'd leave out of the doctor's appointment and I'd say, that's what he thinks. I'm going back to work, And my daughter would be like, no, you're not, Mom. Come to grip. Get a grip on it. You're not going back to work ever. You're done.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going back. And then when I couldn't even, I had like no stamina on my leg at all. And then I was falling all the time. I'm like, yeah, no, I'd be a liability. They wouldn't let me come back to work.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on just a second. I'm going to take a potty break again. I'll be right back.
Okay. True Smiles, are you still with us? I have to listen to something to get to sleep, usually purple, unless I fall asleep before. I don't know, True Smiles, you might have left us. Oh, no, you're still here. Okay, good. You don't want to come up on panel and just talk? You're just listening. Okay. We're not boring you, are we? I didn't know it was going to be so easy to go live and get people up on panel and all that. I'm glad. I was a little paranoid, thinking it was going to be too much trouble to do live. I've been working on making videos, so. No, you're fine. Okay, good. Good. So have you been listening or going in Purple's chat for a long time? I found Purple because of Heidi. I watch Heidi, and then Purple was there, so then I started going to Purple. And then because of Purple, then I started going to Tony's. Yes, I was watching your video before you came on.
Yeah, I forgot to mute my thing. Oh, well, I hope nobody heard me go potty.
No, you're good. So you knew, did you just meet Heidi when she had her channel, or did you know her before?
I met Heidi when she started her channel.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know her before she started it.
Well, I started watching Molly when the Gabby Petito case was on. And I've always liked true crime. And I didn't even know that YouTube even existed or anything like that. And I didn't have cable, and I had turned it on trying to get some news, to see what was going on in the Gabby Petito case, and started watching Molly. And then I saw Heidi on there. And so when Heidi started her channel, then I started watching Heidi.
See, I didn't know who Molly was till later after the fact. I didn't find her through that. I always, like I said, because I would wear my sleep headphones at night and listen to stuff. I guess what happened is because I would always type in like true crime stories or murder mystery stories, because that's what I would listen to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess because I was always typing that kind of stuff in, I can only assume. I mean, because this is going way. My introduction was when the Summer Wells story. I guess it was at the beginning. I'm not 100% sure. The first channel that came up, I guess you call it your feed, was AB.
Okay.
And that's how I think it got put in, is because I just kept typing in like true crime stuff. That was the first, because I was putting YouTube on, but typing in true crime, like to listen to stuff. I didn't know about the interactive side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then when that popped up and I clicked on it to see what it was, they were just talking about the Summer Wells thing, and I was like, oh, this is really interesting. And so I started listening, and then of course they start talking about other channels. So he would talk about I think he talked about Tiffany Marie's. I went in there, I was like, I just didn't follow that channel. Then he talked about Ziggy's. Well, then when I went into Ziggy's, I really liked listening to her channel. So then I would listen to hers, and because she came on so late at night, and that's when I really wanted something to listen to. So I would put hers on and just lay in bed and listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that's when I heard about Heidi's channel. And then when I heard about Heidi's channel, I started listening to her channel. So that's how
I watched Ziggy a couple of times. I don't know. I guess maybe because it was so late, I never really would watch the whole thing of it or whatever.
Well, it's the same. Like when I say I watched it, I would put my headphones on and I would listen to it. I wasn't like really participating in it so much. I tried once or twice to type in the chat, but again, I'm not a big chatter person, like typing person.
Yeah.
So I could never really get into it. It was mostly just putting my headphones on and laying down and listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I went by a different name back then.
Oh.
I went by Scout. And everybody thinks that it was some secret that I changed my name. But a lot of people knew. Like the people I was friends with knew that I changed my name.
Mm-hmm.
And they knew why. And so it wasn't a secret. And Scout and Harper are people from a novel,
To Kill a Mockingbird.
To Kill a Mockingbird. And that's why I stuck with so it's not like I was really trying to keep this big secret. It was pretty obvious. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Harper Lee. So
Yeah, I often wonder how people come up with their names. At first, when I first came on YouTube, I used my real name because I didn't know that you weren't supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I changed it, and then I changed it again, and then I changed it again because I couldn't. I guess I was just having trouble getting one I liked well enough to keep it,
Well, see, that's what I don't understand too. There was times when I was like, I don't know if I really like this name. But then if people say, well, if you change your name, you're trying to be devious, or there's something like you're
Well,
trying.
and then what happened with me is I would go in a chat that I'd always gone in, but with my name changed, and they'd act like, "Oh, you're new," and I'm like, "No, I used to be so and so." Oh, okay, and I got tired of having to do that, so I said, "Okay, I'm not changing it anymore. I'm just going to keep it.
Right. But there's no rule technically that says you can't change. I understand what you're saying. Like people would get confused, but there really is no rule that says you can't get tired of a name and change it.
No, there's not.
But people tend to act like you're trying to do. I do understand the people that do that to be tricky.
Well, and I think too, if there's drama going on and you decide to change it then people are suspicious.
Right.
Like if say you used a certain name when you went in Tony's chat and now you're not going in Tony's, you're going in Purple's, and so you changed it. People that had been in Tony's chat would be like, well, weren't you so and so?
Right. But I've when I did come back at Purple's at first, I did to kind of be funny. What did I changed my name to Forever Dramatic.
Yes, and you and I commented a lot, and I was like, I like this person. And then you changed it to Harper. I was like, and I had never heard of you or seen you or anything. And I was like, well, good. Somebody I like. That's great.
Well, because I really wanted people to, if I had come back in there and just used the name Harper, I truly felt, and again, that's me making assumptions, people would have disregarded what I was saying.
Yeah.
I wanted people to see my comments as just my comments, not under any assumptions of anybody other than what they were. Give me see me without any preconceived notions of what you think I am. And then it got to a point where it was like, okay, I'm gonna have to say, like, if I'm ever gonna come on panel or whatever, it's good. And then there were a lot of people that said, she's trying to trick us again. It wasn't ever about that. I really wanted people to see I'm not who a lot of people think I am. Like, just give me that fair shot. And if after that you truly, I'm just not a person you choose to be around, I can take that. I can understand that. But please don't just mark me as bad goods just because of who you think I am.
Well, and that's what I think a lot of people are doing. And it's maybe that, they're with a certain group of people and one of those people has a problem with somebody. So they all have a problem with that person. But really, when it comes down to it, they did not personally have an issue with the person. They're just siding with the other people. And I don't like that either, because I don't want them to judge me based on just what, a certain situation. In other words, I might say something in one chat about one subject, and then I wouldn't say that same type of comment in another chat about another situation. And I don't think you should be judged just because,
right,
well, somebody didn't like something that you said or whatever.
And things during this whole mess, things can evolve. Your opinions can evolve, your outlook, how you perceive things, your judgments, things. If people, I've heard people say, well, that's not what you said, or that's not how you felt a month ago or 2 months ago. Well, no, it's not. As you learn things or you take things in, or things happen, it is natural for things to change or evolve, or you can change your mind. Like, it's okay to do that.
Yep.
It's I've always felt it's okay. And you learn different things, or what you thought was one way isn't that way, and then that changes your idea or your perspective on something, and it makes you realize some things. And so of course your mind is going to change, and your perception of something that you thought was this isn't that. Like, I have changed my mind on some things, but I don't think that makes me a bad person.
No. And also, people don't always get the whole truth of the situation. They hear from somebody else part of what happened, and then they condemn you because of what somebody else said instead of finding out for themselves. That's the one thing I do like about Purple, that she'll go find out. She won't say this or that until she knows, the fact. And that's how it ought to be. It shouldn't be just because, well, so and so said it, so it must be true.
Right, True Smiles? Sometimes people just get bored. I
Mm.
know. Sometimes I wish I could change my name from Harper, but I right now I feel like I'm forever stuck. Like, kind of.
Well, unless you just want to be totally anonymous.
But that's how everybody knows me. Like,
Right.
I really was gonna try to stick with Forever Dramatic,
Hmm.
but once everybody, they were like, oh, Harper, oh, and it was like, for this is too confusing, I'll just put it back to Harper. Like, that's how everybody sees me. They see me as, for better or worse, good or bad, I'm Harper. Like,
You're Harper.
yeah,
Well, I mean,
it could be worse.
it could be worse.
So, yes, that's why I changed my avatar a lot, because I can't change my name. Uh, but I don't know. Who knows? Just, it's like, just when you think you're so close to having a grasp on things, you're blown out of the water once again. It's how it feels.
Yeah.
So, you never know.
I'll just be glad when everybody's issue is, handled or stopped or whatever, and then we can get on with doing some true crime stuff.
Well, it would be so nice, so nice, if the accusations would just stop,
Hmm.
because then it wouldn't feel like you had to even be silly, or for me, like, had to be make up little silly
See, and
gags.
I wouldn't do that. I would be who I am. And if they don't like it, that's their problem.
But do you know, there were times when I went silent for like a month, not like, didn't even talk, like, didn't go on panels, didn't comment in the chat, just left. Like, people thought that I left to see if that would make a difference. It didn't. Like, I tried different things that I thought, like, will this make a difference? Will that make a difference? And I have openly admitted I did not help myself in the beginning by, like, trying so hard to, make it a point and, go to this person, go, like, it, when you feel like you're a caged animal and you're so, like, desperate, like, I was trying so hard to prove and going on panels and I promise you, I was there, like, losing it for a little bit. And then it finally just was like, this is enough. Like, it's never going to be enough. And there are some people, I think, that truly think that I have done this. I'm guilty of doing this. Nothing I ever say is going to convince them otherwise. And all I can do is literally either wait and hope. I honestly do hope that if Tony feels this way, she really does take this to court and just get it over with once and for all. I can prove that I'm innocent, just so the accusations stop. But until then, I don't know what it'll really take.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
You kind of would like your day in court, just for the simple fact to clear your name.
Yeah.
That's
all. And
I just think Tony just needs some serious help.
Well, yeah, and because I think if it really did go to court, they would, at that point, it'll prove that I didn't do any of this, and I think they would tell her after that. They would put in some kind of stipulation that she can't keep making these accusations on a public, like that could be stipulated in there somewhere.
Right. Well, I mean, and I used to think Mr. Tony was okay, but he seems to be just as bad as she is.
Yeah, I thought maybe he would be someone, like, to reason with, but I don't think so.
On that video when they went to Peach's house, oh my gosh, he was out of control.
I still haven't visually watched it. I've listened to it, and I don't want to, like, visually watch it. The audio is bad enough.
Yeah.
I don't like hearing the kids in the background. And
yeah. Well, I used to think a lot of these fights and things were just, put on to get clicks and views so that, people could get their channel out there and things like that. But if that's the case, they need to just do something different, because it's just crazy.
Yeah. When I was first new to YouTube, I had heard that same thing too, that, a lot of these creators are actually all friends and they go behind the scenes and it's just all set up and it's to, get everybody's ratings up, and don't believe any of it. And I used to really think the same thing. Like, how could this be real? Like,
and I was, kind of like, well, how do you know who's telling you the truth? Because if they're in on it, and they know what they're making up about each other or whatever, then, neither one of them's telling the truth. So
Mhm.
then I kind of, came to the realization that everything you see on YouTube is not true. So take
That's
it with a grain of salt.
that's what I was just going to say. Take everything with a grain of salt. Maybe there's a little truth to it, but it's probably always way over exaggerated, stretched so far out of proportion. Like, I would never take anything on face value with a lot of stuff going on in certain channels.
Yeah.
But I the only thing I've tried really hard, I just always say, well, I'm trying to always say is it's just in my opinion,
Right.
and that way I don't get anybody else in trouble, or it's just me speaking for myself and not anybody else. And so
I know I like to push Tara's buttons.
I don't know. I don't and that's what's so hard. It's so hard to sorry, I was taking a drink, is to and if people don't truly understand at certain points in time what conversations people were having with each other and who was taking up for someone, and what, again, I guess it used to really bug Tara that I was crying on panel, way back with the Susan issue. And again, this is me assuming. I assume that Tara, just use names, there's no reason not to, that they might have thought that I was not defending Susan. And it's the complete opposite of what they're thinking. I was actually very concerned and worried about Susan. And that's the reason I was so upset and was crying a lot at that time. Like, it's not what people's perception is. And so when Tara would say, things to me like, you're always crying, or you're the one. Susan had just tried to do S.
Mm-hmm.
And witnessing that was very, people don't, I guess, like the word traumatic. I don't know what other word you could replace with that. It was very,
You're right, True Smiles. You say her name, and here she comes. I don't think she'll come in here.
it was traumatic. And the only thing I knew at that time, the only person I knew that could get in touch with her was Hopi. So I called Hopi, who called an ambulance. But to see that happen, to see the events that unfolded that night with how angry Susan got and what preceded, and it was strange, it was surreal, it was nothing, I don't know, it was very hard processing it. It's not something like a switch where you can turn it on and off. And it really bothered me. And then, people say it's none of your business. Well, when you witness that and you're the person that got an ambulance call to them, and it's made you really upset. Like, how can it not be a little bit of your business? Like, it's interrupted your life.
Well, and if it had happened in person, right in front of you, you would react the same way you reacted.
Right. I
You
was
know,
just,
I mean, just the fact that it was on YouTube and you weren't physically right there with her doesn't matter. Your feelings were still involved.
I was petrified this person was literally about to hurt themselves. And I
Right.
was desperately trying anything I could do to stop that from happening. That's, I mean, anybody would do that for a human being.
Right. Right.
And I couldn't, if people want to say that I have a mental issue because I couldn't get my feelings in check for a little while, that's okay. Like, I couldn't flip a switch and rebalance my feelings that fast. But to hear her say that it wasn't Susan, but me that needed to be in a mental institute because I was crying and needed to be put in a straitjacket, like, I'll never forget that. It really bothered me.
And what makes her the person that can say all these things and nobody ever, I mean, it's like everybody's afraid of her or something. I don't get that. I don't like it. I don't like it.
It only bothers me because I don't think she truly either she doesn't understand or she doesn't seem to care that what she thinks and what actually took place are two very different things. And if crying on a panel made me so weak and so despised and so disliked on YouTube for truly caring about another human being and not being able to sort out my own feelings about what had transpired and what was happening in the aftermath, I really think that says more about Tara than it does myself.
Right. That's what I was just going to say. Makes you wonder, does she not have any feelings? You know, for her to even try to be empathetic and put herself in your position to see how you felt about it. Sounds to me like she's just pretty cold hearted.
I don't know.
I don't know, but of all of them, I mean, none of them. I don't have a problem with anybody but her. It just seems like something about her. I just don't. I don't know.
And I don't even have I mean, I know I really lashed out at her the other night. I don't have a problem with her per se. It's just if she if someone seems to dislike me so bad, then just, it's like, why keep coming into the same space where all, like, in Purples there's a bunch of people who she seems to really dislike. Why keep coming? And it's not, no, I don't think I have the authority to tell Tara not to come in there. I don't think that I have the authority to kick Tara out or do anything like that. It's Purple's channel. Why keep coming into a place where you seem to really dislike so many people in there?
And you know, it seems like she's just waiting for somebody. Like it's almost like she feeds off of that drama. So she's just waiting for somebody to mention her or for something to, be said to where she can come and lash out at somebody.
Well, but I would agree, but they, it's stated that she doesn't like drama, and she's
That's a
doesn't
lie.
doesn't do drama, and so yeah, you know, that's again that's where you walk that tightrope, because that's where I've gotten to where I am now with I've just really stopped caring about what I say. I'm not going to say things on your channel, obviously, that I say in purples. This is your channel. I'm not, there's a, you know, what we do on one channel isn't something that, and I hope people don't say like, oh, how can you say that? Well, if that's not obvious to people by now, there are some places where you are more open to those type of things. Your channel is made for a different type of platform. So that's the facts. So I'm trying to speak on things, but in a more delicate manner here. Because I don't want to bring trouble. You're just starting out, and you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. They can keep it all over there. Wherever they want to go. I mean, they're more than welcome to come in here. I mean, they might actually, you know, have something to contribute, but they don't need to come if that's what they're going to bring is the drama, because I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It's just seems to float around.
Yes, it does. It does.
Like little sparkles in the air.
I don't know if I'd call them sparkles, but oh goodness.
Trying to use the nice words.
But I got what you meant.
Yeah. True Smiles, have you ever gone up on a panel?
I don't know. I asked her while you were going to the bathroom if she wanted to come up. She was like, "No, I'm just listening." I'm like, okay.
Some people don't, you know, and that's everybody's own prerogative. Some people don't, just prefer not to, and that's always, you know.
Well, but it does seem like people that go up on panel get drawn into stuff. So I can see why.
Well, yeah.
Leery to, you know, to do it.
Yeah, or get, you know, singled out or picked on, or, oh, pardon me, in Tony's ones. Huh. Seems like we were all. Oh, you didn't put your camera on. Okay. I was thinking I don't remember you ever going on panel, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, it seems like almost everybody who was going in Tony's isn't going in Tony's anymore. And then all the other people, we were talking about a UK serial killer. Oh, okay.
I don't know if, I mean, I'm sure she'll always have people in there. And you're in the UK, right, True Smiles? Or if you prefer not to say, that's okay. Yeah, in the UK. I have distant relatives in the UK, but I don't know exactly where they live. That's where my dad was born.
Yeah, before Jenna came on tonight, I was watching one of her videos about talking about the ancestry thing that she did and all. And I am embarrassed of the two channels.
Tony's is one. I'll have to think about the other one.
But anyway, it was very interesting how far back she's traced her, how many generations back she knows who the people were.
Oh, I wish I had the patience to do that. I just don't know if I'd have the patience to do it. And my one aunt that had, I know she had done some of it. She became ill rather. Well, it was sudden. She got ill, and then it was very fast, and she passed. And whatever happened to the logs and everything she kept, I do not know. Her husband, I don't know. That's but I know she had a bunch of stuff I would have loved to have had on this side, like our side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know whatever happened to any of that. So
It's interesting though.
yeah, things that back in my grandmother, who back in that generation, you just absolutely, I guess, did not speak about. And when my grandmother passed, and it's all girls in the family, that's, I don't want to say much more. People look at stuff up, but they had to go in the house and obviously go through everything, and they were going through paperwork and everything, and paperwork that hadn't been touched in years, and stuff that had been put in lock boxes, and they found out that my grandmother had actually been previously married.
Oh, wow.
And they never ever knew about it. And I guess back then that was such a big no-no.
Yeah.
That it was never ever, they never knew. Like, they never talked about it. Like, it was just, they would have never known had they not stumbled across the paperwork. So, yep, they found out she had been previously married and divorced. So, that was...
I actually kicked myself off.
Oh. And not that it mattered to any of them, and they obviously didn't think anything less of their mom, but for whatever reason, it just was this, in her mind, I guess, like this big secret.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of things weren't talked about in previous generations,
Right.
things are nowadays, people talk about anything and everything and don't even think about it.
Right.
Whereas back then, and they wouldn't have told, you know,
Right.
anything if it was not prim and proper. They wouldn't have,
Right. So, yeah, I remember they were just absolutely floored, just in shock because the way she lived her life and everything was they were just they couldn't believe it, like if they wouldn't have they were just like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Well, my ex-husband was married once before we got married, and I didn't realize that I had never said that to my daughter. And we were at a friend of hers house, and kids were in the pool swimming, and I was talking to the friend's dad, and he was telling me that he had been previously married and gotten a divorce before he had met, his now wife. And so I had made the comment, yeah, well, my husband was married before too. And my daughter heard that, and she's like, what? What do you mean he was married before you? And all this. And I'm like, well, he was, but I
Uh-huh.
guess I just assumed because I knew it that she had, that she knew,
Right.
and she didn't know. And so she was freaked out about it. I'm like, well, that's a terrible way for you to find out. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. But I really thought she, realized that. But she,
Right.
you know,
That's true. You take it for granted. Yeah.
yeah, which he was 8 years older than me. So, you know, that he had a whole life before he met me. But,
Right. True smiles. More tea. Tea
okay, so now
time.
we have to figure out, she said 2 channels in the UK. I can think of 2. Hmm.
Is that what she put? I didn't. She took it out, so I didn't know if she was like,
Well, yeah, she took out the 2, and then she said, well, 3 in that case when you said Tony's.
oh,
And then she said, well, 3 in that case. And then she said 2 UK ones.
well, there was the rant room.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's one that um I really don't
And then
know.
maybe Susan's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
It might be. See, Susan came in Molly's way back when I was watching Molly and tried to do the same thing that she did with you. And nobody knew her that well. I mean, she was just a sub like the rest of us, and nobody really knew, who she was. It was before she had a channel, before Heidi had her channel.
See, I heard about all that, but I because I wasn't a Molly person that watched Molly all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I and I see I'm afraid to even say it because I don't have enough knowledge on it.
Yeah.
But I've heard the term evil twin,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
I've heard people say that she said she had a twin sister, but she didn't. But see, I'm afraid to even talk about it because I don't know it, and I don't
Right.
want to say something that's wrong.
That's what she did say, though. And then later on, when her sister did start coming in chats and stuff, it was like, Well, she really does have a sister, but I don't think it was the sister that did all that. I think it was her, but she tried to blame it on the sister.
Yeah. And I know I haven't addressed it, but the only reason that I said anything about Susan saying that she was going to give money to an R crisis center was because, and I don't know if these videos are still up or they've been privatized or deleted, I don't know. But it bothered me so bad because at that time, Susan was insinuating she didn't have enough subs, she wasn't monetized yet. She was insinuating that if she reached her sub mark to become monetized, that she was going to give, and I do not remember if it was either a big percentage of her proceeds to the R Crisis Foundation, or she was going to do merchandise and give the money from the merchandise to the R Crisis Foundation. But she clearly insinuated, because this had happened to her and because she really wanted to get monetized. Yeah, so it had to have been money from her monetization. And she was like, come on, I need to get subs so I can get monetized. And it wasn't going to be a small amount. It was like a big chunk. And I remember being so disgusted because of my situation, and that she had said I could go into her chat, and then when I went into her chat, she blocked me and then was saying that I was a liar and that I couldn't come in her chat. And that's when my real name was used in her chat. And I had this discussion with somebody at that time, saying that I was very disgusted that Susan, of all people, with what had happened to her, and we had similar situations, and for her to use that, of all things, to be pushing for monetization was so gross. So when she became monetized, I never heard a thing about it again. That's why I said something. And Susan saying on her channel, why is Harper bringing it up? It's none of her business. My banking is none of her business. You're right, Susan. Your banking is 100% none of my business. But when you publicly make an announcement about something like that, then I've remembered that for a very specific reason. Because it would also be something near and dear to my heart.
Right.
And you used it, I feel, to gain monetization, and then you never followed through. I think that's gross. And you saying, well, you didn't wait to become monetized and you gave £8 or something, that's not the same. That's not what you stated. You stated you wanted to be monetized so you could give like a chunk of your monetization. That's two different things.
Well, and in my opinion, also, since she's probably on, like I'm on disability, she's probably on whatever their aid is.
It is. It's the taxpayers paying, not her.
Right. But what I'm saying is she doesn't want to have it look like she'll be making money. No, she'll be donating the money. and then
But
not do it, but
even if, and maybe I'm thinking, and this isn't correct, but if Susan's using her own money to make the donation, isn't that actually the taxpayers then? Because it's her disability payment that's making the donation?
well, now see, I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the US, we pay into Social Security for our disability as well. So whether you collect disability or you collect retirement, that's money that you've paid in. But in the UK, I believe it's like public assistance where it's coming from the taxpayers.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought. So either
Right. So
way,
any money she would have
it's not
would
her.
come from the taxpayers.
Right. So, but these are the things I really, True Smile says, yes, we pay the taxes. I really don't want to have to come back and correct her, because then people are going to say I'm being a bitch. But if she wants to keep saying, oh, saying, well, Harper, it's, well, I would like to say, well, no, I'm really not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to correct a statement.
What did I do? I was I did something. I'm sorry.
Hey, Nikki,
I was trying to type in there hello to Nikki.
you
And
found us.
I did something wrong. Changed the screen, but I didn't mean to do that. Oh,
We are doing really good. How are you doing this morning? Or are you in the afternoon now? True Smiles is still drinking tea or coffee, and I always associate that with morning.
good morning. Well, and she did say that our times are different, so it's probably daytime over, or not. Well, it's daytime here too, almost, but
It's
later in the morning over there.
It's probably mid morning there. I think they're 6 hours ahead.
I have no idea. I can't keep the time zone straight in my mind.
Yeah, it's 10:40.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we've been up all night talking.
I know. You should have just said, "Hey,
No, I love it. I love it. I'm just saying, I didn't, when I decided to go on, I thought, well, nobody will come on, and I'll just cut it off. But I was very pleasantly surprised that y'all did.
Because I'm not kidding when I say, like, I truly diagnosed insomniac, so I really don't sleep a whole lot. So I will never get my feelings hurt if you're like, okay, I gotta call it a night. And
Well, and even though, well, today, Sunday, I don't have the baby, but normally at 6 o'clock, I have to be at their house to pick the baby up and bring her back over here. But I can always take a nap when she takes a nap.
yeah.
So, it doesn't matter if I'm to the point that I have to sleep, I'll sleep when she naps.
Yeah.
But I just don't guess I require that much sleep. I don't know.
I guess my body just doesn't either. My worst times when my body wants to is right at about like between 4 and 6 o'clock. Like, if I'm the same as you, I'll go when I sit down in the recliner every day about 4 and 6. If I sit in the recliner and kick the feet back and lay back, I will get the best sleep for about an hour and a half, right in between those times. Something about that time period.
In the
And then
morning or in the evening?
in the evening.
In the evening, okay.
And then it's like my battery's recharged and I'm good. And then I might have like little sporadic times, but I never like fully sleep. Every once in a while, I think my body will just say, okay, enough is enough is enough. And I'll have like a day where I like, after about like a month or something, where my body just says, okay, like it is time. And I will actually sleep through a night, but it is very far and few between.
Well, I blame being retired on why I can't sleep. Before I retired, I was working the overnight shift. And once you get used to being up all night, it's very hard to go to sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would sleep in the daytime, but I would basically catnap because I would have stuff to do, and things are not open in the middle of the night. So like on my day, when I'd have my nights off, when most people take care of their business and, things like that, nothing was open. So I would have to stay up after I'd worked all night to be able to go and do whatever. And then next thing you know, half the day is gone and you haven't even tried to go to sleep.
Yeah.
So I got used to going on, a couple hours here, a couple hours there. And now that I'm retired and I don't have to get up, well, now I do because of the baby. But before the baby, I could sleep all day. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
If I wanted to sleep, I would sleep. If I didn't, I didn't. But I keep thinking I'll ask the doctor to give me something to help me sleep. But then you hear so many horror stories about people doing crazy stuff because they were on Ambien or whatever. It's like, I don't know if I want to do that. So I don't know.
I don't. I have a sleeping pill I can take, and it works pretty good. I don't know. I'm like, I don't. I will put off every possible thing before I will take it because I don't like to be, there's something that has happened to where I don't want to be, it will put me in such a deep sleep that I don't want to. My worst fear, and I know it's very irrational, is that's the one time, like my brain tells me, is that's the one time something will happen and I'll be knocked out, for lack of better words, and loss of control of, and won't be able to defend myself or something. And it's such a fear that I will put off everything I can do before I would ever have to like resort to taking. I'd rather just let my body go until I pass out before I would take it.
It's funny that you say that because I feel that way about anesthesia.
Mm-hmm.
I've had like 6 or 7 surgeries, and I have a fear that I won't be all the way under, but I'll be under enough that I can't communicate that I'm awake.
Mm-hmm.
And that they'll do the surgery with me awake and I'll feel the pain,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, every time I have to be put to sleep, I always, talk to the anesthesiologist, and I'm always like, make sure you give me enough. I want to be completely knocked out.
Yeah.
And then when I wake up after a surgery, it's like I have no memory of anything. And so I'll feel like they didn't do it.
Uh-huh.
And I'll say, well, what happened? Why didn't they do my surgery? And they'll be like, they did your surgery, lady,
Yeah.
No, they didn't. I know they didn't do it. And they're like, they have to like when I had my leg done, they had to like show me, see the cast on your leg? You've had surgery, lady.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, and I think it's being out of control, not being able to respond, if you had to. So
Yeah.
yeah, I get that. I
Yeah.
get. Yeah.
Yeah. It's giving up that power. It's giving up that, like, yeah, I would not be I'm not in control of my senses,
Right.
control of my body, control of anything. That it's I know once I take that pill, I am not in control of anything after that.
I wonder if that's why we only like cat nap, because we don't want to get in a real deep sleep.
Yeah.
So it's like we wake ourselves up
Yeah.
before we get to that really deep sleep.
Probably.
Yes, true, Smiles. I totally understand having your sleeping pattern haywire. I would even wake up if I went to sleep. We used to go to lunch at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I would wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I would want to eat.
You know,
No matter when I had last eaten, it would just be like, "Oop, it's 2 o'clock. Time to have lunch."
that's so weird. And that is like the difference between me and my boyfriend, and it's probably is because I don't sleep much, is like in the morning, like whatever time, like considered, I know it's morning, but like because I've been up all night, like I'll start feeling hungry in the morning. I don't crave breakfast food per se. So like by morning, what's considered morning, I want like food.
Yeah.
Like food.
Right.
And he'll be in there eating like breakfast food, and he's just looking at me, shaking his head, laughing, because I'm like making, like, I could literally right now like eat a hamburger or something.
Yeah.
Like food.
I was just going to say I'm the same way. It doesn't matter what time it is. If
Yeah.
whatever I want it that time. It doesn't matter. I'm
Yeah.
not like it's breakfast. I have to eat breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
Right.
I could eat anything anytime. And my daughter does the same thing. Like, why are you eating, your leftover dinner from last night for breakfast?
Right. But I think it's because my body doesn't ever think it's a certain time at a time. Like most people, like, oh, it's morning, it's breakfast, where my body's been up this whole time. So it's thinking there is no perceived time.
Right. And I think that happens too if you work overnight, because everything is backwards of how it should be or how it normally would be. And it takes a while to get used to that. But once you're on that kind of a schedule, it's hard to break it.
Yeah.
It's just once that sleep time is messed up, it's messed up.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's hard to.
But I had worked night shift at one point earlier in my career, but I went back on night shift when I was by myself, because I didn't sleep good at night anyway. So it was kind of like, well, I might as well be, up working because I can't sleep. So, it was easier, for me to do it that way. Plus I got paid more because of working at night. So it was a win-win for me.
Yeah. I completely understand that.
Now to clean my glasses off. I can't hardly see. I've got them smudged.
Oh my gosh. I went and picked up my new glasses a couple days ago, I guess. And, I guess it had been 3 years since I had gotten new glasses. And you wouldn't think, well, I mean, I don't know the average person. I have terrible eyesight. I have lazy eye, and I had surgery. I had 3 surgeries on my eyes when I was younger because my lazy eye was so bad, and trying to correct things. And but it always amazes me, like when they have you put the new prescription on and you're wearing the old ones. And I knew they had gotten bad because I was squinting even when I was wearing my glasses. And you put the new prescription on and you look around and you're like, oh my gosh, how was I wearing the old ones? Because I put the new ones on and everything is like crystal clear.
I have bifocals.
I do too.
I've worn glasses since I was 9 years old. I'm very nearsighted. I can't see far off at all. And so I had bifocals, and they had gotten, my eyes had gotten worse. But when I would look at my phone, it was like I could see my phone better without the glasses than looking at it through the bifocal.
Mm-hmm.
So when I had went this year to have my eyes examined, I told the doctor, I said, the thing I, have problems with is the bifocal. And he said, well, because it's not strong enough. He said, we're going to fix that. Because I told him I was tired of taking my glasses off to look up close at my phone and then have to put them back on to see to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So he gave me a stronger prescription. So then when I got them, it was almost like I felt like I was going to trip myself because I could see the floor so clearly. I'm like, this is ridiculous. But yeah, that's what happens when your prescription wears out.
Yes.
Or your eyes worsen or whatever. It's like I was going around here half blind, and then all of a sudden you can see again.
Well, okay, so it had been through, I can't remember. It wasn't my last prescription. I think it was the prescription before that. I had gone to a new person and they had actually put me in a trifocal.
Ooh.
Well, when I went to pay for those lenses, they were so, because I had a trifocal. I don't remember if I believe it's astigmatism.
Mm-hmm.
Then I don't remember if it's nearsighted, farsighted. Then the thing to make my eyes, because my lazy, I have so much stuff in my lenses to fix my eyes. They were so expensive with that trifocal. So I had always heard once you go to a trifocal, you can't move back down to a bifocal.
Oh.
Well, I went to a different person to have my prescription done this last time. And I was just honest with him. I said, look, I really can't afford to be paying for these trifocals if I don't need to. I said, is there any way possible I could be moved back down to just the bifocal? And they did my eye exam and they said, yeah, we can put you back down to a bifocal, which I was really glad because bifocals they're not the cheapest lens either.
Right.
And I was petrified they were going to say no, because a lot of people I talked to said, oh, I don't think they can do that. Like once you go to a trifocal, I think you're stuck. But they moved me back down to a bifocal. So.
Well, mine are so thick that I can't get the regular lens because they say it'll be too heavy.
Uh-huh.
I have to pay extra to get the ultra lightweight lens, and it's still thick, but it's not as heavy.
Yeah, my frames, they help me try to find a good frame, and then one of my lenses always sticks out further. Like you'll see like my frame and then it's thicker than the actual frame.
Right.
But
that's how mine does too, a little bit.
Yeah, it's my left one is always like that. But it's always been that way, so.
Well, with my new insurance, I was able to get these glasses I have now, and I only had to pay like $86, and it was like almost $600.
Wow.
For the glasses if I had to pay for them.
See, my insurance doesn't cover it. Covers the what do you call it? My mind just drew a blank. It covers well, typically I could go on base, but the base during COVID has been so booked the last couple years, they're really only taking active duty to do the eye exams. So that's what I was going to say. My insurance covers the eye exam, which I've been having to go off base for, which isn't a big deal. But I don't have insurance to cover lenses. So I pay out of pocket for the lenses.
Yeah, well, I didn't on my other policy either. And so when they were like so much credit for glasses or whatever, I was like, all right, then I'm getting new glasses. And then I found out I could get a new set of dentures.
Oh,
well,
awesome.
This was really funny because I found out I could get new dentures, and then like a week later, I dropped my bottom denture on the kitchen floor and broke it in half.
Oh no.
And so I'm like, well, we're going to see how good this insurance is because I need to have a new bottom denture made. Well, so then when I go to get that done, they tell me that you're supposed to get new dentures like every 5 years. I've had mine for over 10 years.
Just because your mouth just changes?
I don't know. I don't know the reason. And they didn't tell me that when I got my original dentures,
Uh-huh.
But anyway, so they said, oh, well, we can go ahead and get you a top and bottom instead of just the bottom because it's going to be hard to match it, with the top that I have. So
yeah.
I'm getting all new teeth.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for a call any day now. My teeth should be ready.
Oh, that's awesome.
Get to go and pick them up. But yeah, so I got the free gym membership, the eyeglass coverage, the new teeth, and I also get a prepaid debit card for $60 to buy over-the-counter stuff and healthy food.
Well, girl, look at you.
And I was paying $17 for my drug coverage. Now I don't pay that at all. So I got that extra $17. So I really got $77 plus all the better coverage.
Well, see, you really are turning into a whole new
I said, and it's funny because I've always said if I need insurance, I will seek out someone and get insurance. I hate when somebody calls you and tries to sell you, insurance or whatever. Yeah. And so when they first called me, I almost told them I'm not interested and hung up on them.
Uh-huh.
But something told me just hear them out, and I'm glad I did now. But normally I'm like, I have insurance. I don't need to hear this,
Right.
But yeah, I said, well, that was, somebody was looking out for me because I needed all that stuff. So that was
yeah.
Yeah. And my friend, she doesn't have the same insurance. So she was like, well, tell me what kind you have and where it's at. I'm going to get it. And then for some reason where she lives, she's not eligible for it. And she was mad about that. I said, well, you need to move where I live and then you can get it.
Well, and it never, even though she wasn't eligible, it never hurts to call and ask. And even if maybe they know of a company that.
Right, because you never know. And same thing with life insurance. Because with my job, I had my health insurance, my life insurance, I had retirement, I had all that. And so when I lost my job, I lost some of that.
Right.
So it was kind of like, okay, now that I have all these medical issues, how am I going to get life insurance?
Yep.
And so I kind of had put it off. And then I got to thinking, well, then when I do pass, it's going to fall on my daughter to have to pay for it. Mm-hmm. So I really need health or life insurance. So I got a hold of a company and found out I could get it. So I got life insurance. And my daughter's like, you're so morbid talking about getting life insurance. And I'm like, I can die with peace of mind knowing I'm not leaving that burden on you.
Yep.
And she's like, you're never going to die. I'm like, oh, you better come to grips with it, baby, because I will eventually.
That's what I've talked to my kids about. And they're like, Mom, we just don't want to talk about that with you. And I'm like, no, it's something that needs to be talked about. And mostly with my older son, because, I've told him, look, with me and your dad getting a divorce, and I I told him, look, I am on a limited income, but that's not going to stop me from trying to save for you guys. And that's what I did. Like, as soon as I got here and got stable, it didn't matter if it was $5, $10, the more I could, $20, I learned on my own and started making little investments. Then I opened a savings account. So I was putting money in an investment, money in a savings account. And I'm not kidding. If I only had $2, I would put $2. But as I got myself more stable, I would put money. Then I started a mutual fund. And I told my oldest son, I said, I'm going to put this in. If anything happens to me, it goes to you, to split it between you guys. I said, I understand at my age, just starting this, because again, I never thought I would be divorced.
Right,
But I
exactly.
said, because it did happen, I understand it may never be a huge amount, but you're my children. And if it's the least I could do for you, I will do everything in my power to leave you guys something and to start from today. And I said the same thing with life insurance. I said, because I don't want, if something happens, I never ever talked to my children about their dad, because no matter what, that is their dad.
Your dad, right.
So I've never badmouthed them. I don't ask about them. I just don't talk about them. So I don't know what their dad is doing. I just know what I'm doing.
Right.
And so I just told them, I just need to know if something happened to me, y'all, as good as I could, I've tried to leave something for y'all.
Right, exactly.
So,
and at least not put them in debt. That
yes.
was my thing. I didn't want to leave her, having to get a loan or something to bury me or whatever. I wanted to make sure I had taken care of all of that. But it is when, like in my situation, I didn't know I was going to get divorced. I didn't know I was going to lose my job. I mean, it's like a lot of things happened very quickly that I hadn't planned on happening,
Well, and stuff that I never thought. I mean, I knew I would think of, but I never now I never thought I would think of on my own. And now it's scary because I'm starting so late in the game by myself.
Right.
And I'm sure, like you, on a more limited income, but the same thing. Heaven forbid, if knock on wood, I got into a car accident or something. Yeah, I don't want my kids thinking, do we have to come up with money for a funeral or something? I want it all taken care of.
Right, exactly.
I don't ever want to put that burden on my children.
And I mean, I never even thought about insurance because I had it through my job. I mean, I always had, thank God I had short-term and long-term disability insurance at work. Because if I hadn't, then I would have had, at least a year with no income. So thank goodness I had that to draw until I got my Social Security disability. But I still had 2 years before I got any medical coverage. Mm-hmm. So I had to pay all my medicine outright. And that's what I ended up using my retirement money to go ahead and, pay for most of that. To get me through that time until I got the insurance. So right. You do what you have to do. I mean, you can have all the plans in the world for your future, but sometimes your future comes sooner than you think.
Yeah.
And then you have to just do whatever you have to do to make it, work out.
Yep.
And take care of yourself the best way you can. I never thought I'd be in this situation that I would be, single at 60. I mean, I haven't dated since I was 23.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even wrap my head around the idea of going on a date with somebody.
You know what though? It's the thing, like people always told me, and you know, you hear it and you're like, oh geez, whatever. If someone says that one more time, I'm gonna smack them. But they, you know, when people always say it's when you least expect it, that someone will come walking in here. Hold on, I'm still here, just sorting the kids out and having a clean. I'm loving listening to you. Well, thank you, Nikki. I'm glad you're still here. Because honestly, that is what happened. I came back here, got my job back, started working again, and I knew this person that I'm with now, but not, I just like casually as like somebody that came into the place I worked. Other than that, I didn't know. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And when I came back, he saw me back and assumed that I had moved back, and soon realized through observation that I was the only one back and what had, you know, happened.
Mm-hmm.
And after a while, asked if I would like to go have a cup of coffee. I was so nervous. I asked my, you know, my best girlfriend, I was like, there's no way. And she was like, you know, just what is it going to hurt, you know? And then instead of coffee, we actually wound up going to have dinner. We've never been apart since. Like, we literally went to go have dinner. We pretty much, I mean, that was it. We hit it off, and I don't want to say what season it was, but it was around a time when there was something taking place, and it was like, hey, do you want to do this for this holiday? Sure. And then, I mean, that was it. We've always been together.
No, it must have been meant to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes I think about, you know, if I had someone in my life, then I would have to, I guess I don't want to have to ask permission to do my life the way I want to do it. Not that my husband was controlling or anything, but it just seems like when you're with somebody, you have to take their feelings into account. And I don't know. I think I like not having to do that, you know?
Okay, True Smiles. Yeah, I mean, that is true, because then it is, you know, putting another person back into your life. And
I don't know. There's good and bad. I mean, you know, you have to, I guess I have to want it bad enough for it to be good.
yeah.
If I really don't want it, then I can probably find a lot of negative reasons not to, you know.
Yeah.
But like you said, if I was to meet somebody, that might change my opinion about it.
Yep. If you meet, and you'll always know if you meet that one special, like you meet that person and you just either fall head over heels, or you find yourself like missing conversations with that person, or like, or you meet someone and that's what it is. It's that free flowing conversation, and just somebody that's so easy to talk to. And you know, before you know it, you've been, you know, you go have coffee or go to dinner, and you're sitting there and like 2 or 3 hours has gone by.
Right.
Because it's so easy and natural. And then it's like, hey, you know, can I see you again or something? And it's the same thing. You'll know.
Yeah, my daughter, she really thinks I need to. I'm like, well, I'm glad you think I need to. But my ex has moved on, is remarried, and she's like, you don't want to be alone the rest of your life, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I like being alone. I don't mind.
But there's a difference. But there's a difference between living alone and being lonely.
Right. I'm not lonely.
Yeah.
You know.
There's a big, big difference. And if I know your daughter loves you, you can tell by the way you talk about her. And I think your daughter just really loves you and is just concerned, thinking like maybe she thinks that, like, I don't want my mom to be lonely. But if you're.
Well, she doesn't want me to miss out if there is an opportunity.
Right.
She's like, don't be so closed-minded that you wouldn't even consider it.
Right.
But
if you're still in that space right now where you're very comfortable and you enjoy your space, you enjoy your time to yourself, I would just continue doing that, because when you're doing the things you like, you never know who you will run into or who you'll meet. But I wouldn't, it's when you're like, like being pushed, for lack of a better word, it'll come in time, but you're not lonely. You're just living alone.
right. And I have a friend who I've known for years, and I used to work with his mother, and we talk from time to time, and my daughter's always like, well, why don't you ask him to go out? And I'm like, because he's my friend. He's not someone I want to date.
Right.
And she's like, but you like him? And I'm like, I like him as a friend.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
I mean, there's a big difference. And she's like, well, I would ask him out if it was me. And I'm like, well, it's not you, it's me. And I don't want to ask him out.
Yeah.
I mean, I like our friendship the way it is. And he doesn't see anybody. And we've talked about that, the reasons why he doesn't want to date anybody and reasons why I don't date anybody. So it's not like, oh, that's even a possibility. I mean, we're just friends, and
right.
That's great, But so I know she would be okay with, whatever I end up deciding to do or whatever. But
right.
It's just a scary thing, because when you think that you're married, and I'm sure you felt the same way, this is how your life is going to be. And then all of a sudden, that's not how your life is.
Right.
So then it's like, okay, now I got to rethink this, and now my life is going to look like this. And I feel like it's been long enough now, and I've accomplished getting out on my own and surviving and everything. And so now, is this how my life's going to be? Or am I going to make another change? I think that's what it is. It's not so much, do I want to date or not? It's, do I want to make another change in my life? Or do I like my life the way it is?
Yeah. I think I'm like you in that sense. I'm very much a creature of habit. I don't like change. Once something is the way it is, I like that routine about things. It makes me comfortable.
Yeah.
And
I think I went through some changes that were not my choice.
Uh-huh.
And so now if I'm going to change my life, it's going to be my choice and on my terms. It's not going to be just something I have to deal with.
Yeah.
Which I think it will be easier to make a change like that than just to find yourself in a position where, okay, now what do I do?
Right.
It'll be, what do I want to do?
Yes.
So it'll be a different outlook and a different kind of change. But I'm not totally opposed to the idea, but I'm just not. I mean, I don't want to like do the dating website thing, and I don't really know anybody in my area, so I don't know. I might take a class somewhere or something.
Well, are you in what are your, do you have any, well, I know you do the swimming thing, but do you have any interest? Do you like painting, or does your community offer like one of those art classes or something like that? Or like, what are your interests?
Well, I've never tried painting, but we do have a little store, like that sells painting things, and I think they do have a paint thing,
Yeah.
like paint party or whatever.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like
Yeah.
what,
And
like,
I mean, there's a very good possibility I could meet someone at the going swimming or at the Y, you know,
yeah, like the things you're,
being, using the Y.
yeah, the things that you're doing and that you already have a lot of fun doing.
Right.
Or I don't know, do you enjoy reading? Do you go to your local library and like sit and read there? Or I mean, I don't know. I'm weird that way. That's I used to do. I do really like to read, so I
Yeah,
would
I used to go to the library to read the magazines for free.
well, yeah, I would hang. I spent a lot of time before they closed a lot of the bookstores. I would, I would go and I could lose myself in a bookstore
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And sometimes they do book readings at places. And
Well, and if it wasn't at a bar, I like trivia. And there is one bar that I know of that does, like, on a Thursday night, they have trivia night. But I don't drink. So,
well, you don't have to drink just because
yeah.
you're at a bar. I mean, unless that's just really not your scene per se.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying. I just don't know. I
Yeah.
think it was like, somewhere else, not necessarily in a bar. I mean, and then too, the kind of people that you would meet in a bar
That's
as opposed to at church,
yes.
or, so, I
Yeah.
mean, I think that's the
Well, and that's another thing. Do you attend a church in your area?
I don't currently. I have several churches around me that I could attend, and I have been thinking about that too. Um, I was raised Lutheran, and I know we said we wouldn't talk about religion, but down
Well,
here it's mostly Baptist
I
churches.
think, yeah, I think it's safe, right? Like this, just they're True Smiles and Nikki are on here, and I think it's just me and you talking. I think we're safe just to talk on this.
So anyway, Lutheran is an offshoot of Catholic, and there just aren't any down here. So I go to the Baptist church, but it's not the same as what I'm used to and comfortable with.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to find one that I'm comfortable at, and I haven't yet. I don't know why, but most of the churches around where I live, they almost seem like a country club that talks about religion.
Right. Instead of practices it.
Right. And it's more about, well, how much money do you make and how much will you give us? And if you'll give us enough money, then we'll let you come to our get-togethers.
Yeah.
It's not like how I was raised at all.
Yeah.
So that's kind of been my stopping thing is, I don't want to go, and the first time you meet me, you want my W-2.
Right.
That makes me uncomfortable.
Right.
All you care about is money. That's, you're probably not in the right field. So
It's a put off, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, because then maybe you could, like, I know at a lot of churches, they do like groups, or I don't know if you sing, like, do the church choir, or they always have, like, I don't want to say which one, but we go to a Catholic church here.
Mm-hmm.
And they have lots of, like, all kinds of activities constantly going on,
Yeah, and I thought about even doing that, even trying to go to the Catholic, because there is a Catholic church. And I might feel more comfortable because Lutheran is so close to Catholic,
Yeah, and I mean that I mean, like I said, I don't, that's everybody's personal preference. I don't, whatever it makes anybody comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
Yep.
doesn't bother me at all. But I always think that is a good way to, for one, you meet a lot of people in your community. You know, it's, well, I don't want to say you know for sure, but most of the time you're going to meet good people with the same values as you. And it's a good way, and even just meet some girlfriends to hang out with or something.
Yeah.
So, but
My two friends that I'm closest to, they both live about 40 miles in opposite directions of me.
oh yeah, I know, because where I live, my best friend used to live out here, and then she moved to the city. So now she's the same. It's the same. She's about 45 minutes from me. So where it used to be that I would see her about every other day, with between her job and her life and everything, I probably only see her once a month, and that was a huge difference.
Yeah.
Like we, so close and seeing each other almost daily to not seeing someone that often, it makes a big difference.
Yes, you do, Nikki. 2023 is going to be all of our year. I really feel that.
Yes, Nikki, I know you went through some hard times this last year. So I think we all deserve a better year for sure. For sure. Truth Smiles. I'm really jealous. You too, Nikki. Y'all have some of the best food. Every time y'all say y'all are eating or something, I get so, because that's like I remember all the British food, and I like start thinking about it, but I cannot get any of it. Well, that's not true. I do put in an order. I go through a place called the British Depot, but obviously not like sausage rolls. I would die for a sausage roll. But I can get I get a lot of jellies, jams, gravy mixes, candy, like anything like that can be shipped over. I'll put in like a big order because the shipping, and I usually get a discount because I order with them. So I'll just put in like one big order that'll last for about 5 months. And then do it all over again. So I do get some of the taste of UK here. And then every once in a while in the shops, like you can find something. It's just rare.
It's yummy, but there seems to be a lot more variety of food in America.
Yeah, but it's like mostly fast food. Like it's not, I don't know. Now, granted, when I lived in the UK, it's when I was little. But it seemed like from my memory, or maybe it's just because of who like we were around, everybody like sat down and had home cooked meals. It wasn't like so much fast food and takeout. It was like a real hearty home cooked meals. So good. I do have Yorkshire pudding though.
No.
My boyfriend makes them for me all the time. And I am so embarrassed to say I can eat a whole tray by myself. It's like a type of bread. Even though it's called Yorkshire pudding, it is like it's like a light, fluffy, but I don't know. You guys help me explain it. It's like they cave in, kind of, so they're almost hollow, like a bread.
Kind of like a souffle that falls.
Kind of, yeah. Oh my gosh. So when I say I can eat a whole tray, it's because they're actually like hollow, like these hollow little breads. And then you like dip them in bisto gravy. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. All the taste that I try to get that I miss. I've lived in England, Holland, Germany. I've been to Belgium, Italy. I'm trying to think of
Eggs, flour, milk, mix and bake. Yes, eggs, flour, and milk. It's very interesting. I'm sure it's a certain ratio to make it come out right.
Yeah.
And I always thought it was pudding. I never knew that.
It's a bread. See, you guys are professionals. I have to buy the box that says Yorkshire pudding. And you have to get the pan like really hot, and then like you put the pan in the oven and get it really hot, and then put the mix in there, and oh my gosh. My nan, because my nan is from England, and then like I said, my dad was born in England. My dad was about 3 years old when they came over here, and my nan lives here, and she makes the best, like, it's far and few between. I mean, she used to do it a lot, but I mean now, she's older, but she would have us all over for like a Sunday meal. Oh my gosh. And it's like the traditional English meal. Oh gosh, it was the best.
Okay, so that's why you have gravy, because she said you eat it with roast beef.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes, beef oil. Oh my gosh. She would either do beef or she would do like a leg of lamb or rack of lamb, however you say it.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I love different cultures. My son-in-law likes Japanese things. My daughter likes Korean music, so she likes the Korean foods. So every time we go out of town, we're always looking what kind of different restaurant is there that we can try, or whatever like that. And then my husband's new wife, my grandbaby's other granny, is trying to teach my daughter how to cook soul food for her husband. And she doesn't know how to cook soul food herself, but she's trying to learn how to help my daughter. It's so funny.
That's the best. That's funny you say that, because I'm trying to think, so because it's the morning now, so yesterday we spent the day in town. I didn't get home till pretty late, and that's how, because I've lived so many different places, and I love to just try all different things. And when we went into town one time, there is a traditional Filipino market, and inside the market there is a little restaurant. And I told my boyfriend, I'm like, oh my gosh, let's stop and go in there. And so the owner was this, oh, he is so sweet. And I was asking him, like, do you mind? Can you explain to me what, someone that doesn't really know. And people, like, that's what people don't, like, if you just ask, people are so willing to, help you. And I was like, can you, like, what should we try? What's the most popular thing? And then we went to, like, the little kitchenette, and they have pancit, and which is like a really traditional, like a rice noodle, I guess it is, type thing. And like, oh my god, the food. And that's what we got last night to bring home, like a whole bunch of the Filipino food.
Oh,
And we've been going there for, gosh, a couple years now.
mm-hmm.
And the food is amazing. And every time now, like when we walk in, the owner's like, hey, and we're like, hey. And I mean, they load up, like, you would not believe, like, the amount of food they put in these plates. It's crazy.
And it's funny how with the Asian food, you get all these little side dish things. It's like they'll have the main course of whatever, but then it's like they'll have all these little, I call them condiments, but it's different little sauces and different little things you add to the food, and it's fun.
Hey, Relevant Glitz and Glam. Yeah,
When we go to Atlanta, there's a place called H Mart, and it's a big Asian grocery store, and in it there's about 6 restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get Korean food, Japanese food, Chinese food, Thai food. I can't remember what the other one is. But anyway, so every time we go to Atlanta, we always stop in there for lunch and go to one of the different restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fun to try, different things like that.
It is. I mean, you just never know, like, what you might like or what you might not. But until you try it, you never know.
And I thought it was really weird at first when she met her husband, and she said, yeah, and he likes Japanese stuff. And I was like, Japanese? Where'd that come from? And then it's like the more they were together, and then she comes one day and she's like, oh, I want you to listen to this group. And I said, okay, what is it? And she's like, it's called K-pop. It's Korean music. And I'm like, okay. So then she played it, and I was like, are you crazy? I couldn't understand a word, but they were singing in Korean. That's why I couldn't understand.
Yeah.
But it's just so funny. But I like to be involved in whatever they're doing. So I love it. Teach me about it. So, I had to learn all about it. And there was a concert, but it was because of the time difference. It was like on here, like at 4:00 in the morning.
Uh-huh.
And so I went to their house 4:00 in the morning, and we sat there and watched this concert. And my one friend, she's like, I don't know anybody else who'd get up at 4:00 in the morning to go watch a concert where they can't understand a single word. Yeah, I'm like, but it was so cool to share that with them,
and and they put on some really good. I can't understand the music, but there's a lot of girl groups, like Japanese girl groups that perform, and just to watch them and their routines and the singing and the costumes and stuff, I love to watch it. And I find it so interesting just to see, like, what's going on, what kind of things that they find interesting or fascinating. And
my daughter even watches the Korean dramas, and it's like, even there, like, they don't hold hands in public. They don't kiss in public. Like, they're very modest, and it's like their society is so different than ours. It's just interesting to me, how different people do different things. It's just really neat. True Smiles is asking about grits. Do you know what cream of wheat is?
That's what I was trying to explain. I don't know how to explain it.
Or do you have like porridge?
Like what is the best thing
Wheat
to use that
hot cereal, however, they are used for other meals too.
because you can literally either put anything from cheese or
Yeah, you can make
shrimp.
it sweet or you can make it savory.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to explain. Down here in the South, though, that's almost as if maybe you would have potatoes with your breakfast, like hash browns or home fries or fried potatoes or something like that. Grits is almost the substitute for potatoes down here in the South.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It's like a starch. But then again, they put cheese in it and serve it with fried fish.
Yeah.
It's really hard to explain if you've never had it, but it's made out of corn, and it's like they mill the corn to where it's almost like a flour, and you add water and you cook it.
Yeah, so it's
Shrimp and grits are yummy. I just had some this past Christmas.
yeah, I could not figure out how to quite explain it because sometimes it's breakfast, but sometimes it's put on top of things in a meal. Like it's kind of a versatile thing.
Well, and the first time when I first moved to Georgia, of course, I didn't know anything about grits. And so the first time I was at like a Waffle House and had breakfast, automatically you get grits with your meal.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what do I do with that? And I looked over, and this couple had taken their fried eggs and like mixed them up with the grits and was eating it that way. I was like, that is very interesting. I've never seen anybody, eat like it, which I'd never seen the grits before. But when I tried them, it's like you can put, butter on them and put salt and pepper on them, or you can put butter and sugar, brown sugar.
Yeah.
You can jazz them up any way you want. They're not very tasty by themselves, just plain.
Yeah, I personally don't care for them, but my boyfriend loves them.
Yeah. Well, to some people, it's just the same as having rice or potato, or, it's a staple in their diet.
Yeah.
Fried tomatoes, grits, eggs, toast. Oh, so good. Now, I love fried tomatoes. Are you still up? Back to sleep for me. Much love. Love you, Heidi. Yes, we've been talking all night. I think Harper and I have found a soulmate that we like to talk to.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have y'all have malt-to-meal. Yes, we do. Like a crumble.
See, I love malt-to-meal.
Yeah, I had a lot of cream of wheat growing up. I don't really like it anymore, but
see, that's what. Yeah, we had cream of wheat in our house all the time.
Yeah. Well, and I grew up on the northwest part of Indiana, right below Lake Michigan. So we got snow and blizzards and that kind of thing. So we ate a lot of big pot meals. Like, soup and beans and ham and chicken and noodle and, things. Of course, this was before microwave. So the pot hot, kept it warm on the stove, and you came in and you ate whenever you ate. But anyway, in the morning, my mom would always make a big old pot of that cream of wheat. And it'd be like, just one day, could we please have something else other than that nasty cream of wheat? But that was pretty much, you need something hot in your belly. It's cold out there,
Yeah.
Like,
that's true. Your biscuits are like for tea. They're like a tea biscuit, where ours are
Yeah, your biscuit is
Biscuit.
like a cookie, and our biscuit is like a bread.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, so you guys could have us a proper tea party. Have us some nice biscuits and tea. But I have a fascination with Paris. And when I moved into the apartment I live in now, my friend had called me and asked me, how's the unpacking going? And I said, well, it's going. And she said, well, Rome wasn't built in a day. And I said, I don't want to live in Rome. I want to live in Paris. And that became our standing joke that I lived in Paris. So, of course, my apartment is decorated in Paris stuff.
Oh, awesome.
So then I decided, I said, oh, I know what I'll do so that I don't ever have to worry about ever getting married again. I'll make sure that before I get married, that the person is going to take me to Paris for my honeymoon. And if they can't afford to take me to Paris for my honeymoon, then they can't afford to marry me.
All bets are off.
So now my daughter's like, somebody will take you to Paris. It might not be your husband, but one of us will get you to Paris before you die. I'm like, well, you better hurry up then when we're going. I love tea and biscuits. Yeah. Oh my gosh. 6:44.
And you probably need to try to get a little bit of sleep, and I feel bad.
No, don't feel bad. I'm fine. I've enjoyed it. I really have.
I do too, because normally I'd be sitting here staring up at the ceiling.
I know my little dog is probably thinking, are you ever coming to bed?
Well, I know if I go walk out in the kitchen, because I crate my dog at night.
Yeah, I do too.
And I know if I go, because I have a really bad, that's why I have to mute all the time. I take so many potty breaks. I drink green tea like crazy.
Oh.
And when I went to the restroom this last time, I filled up my big Yeti cup, and I've already drank it all. And I was like, oh gosh, I should go and get some more. But I'm thinking, if I go try to sneak in the kitchen, and if he hears me even in there, he's going to be like, oh, Mom's here. It's time to go outside.
Well, I have a Chiweenie. She's part Chihuahua, part Dachshund. And she just turned 10 years old, but she thinks she's a puppy.
Oh.
And the other night, I fell asleep in the chair and forgot to even let her out. Because normally I let her be loose whenever the baby's not here.
Mm-hmm.
But when the baby's here, I put her in the kennel because I don't want, not that she's vicious or anything like that, but you know how kids are.
Mm-hmm.
She might pull her tail or something, and then the dog might snip at her. And I don't want the baby to be afraid of dogs. So it's better just to keep them apart. But she goes in there and sits by the kennel and talks to the dog. So
yeah,
they know each other. I just don't let them be loose, unless my daughter's here so that she can grab the baby and I can grab the dog,
Right.
But anyway, so I went to go in there to put the dog back in the kennel because I was going to get the baby, and the dog was still in the kennel. And I'm like, and you didn't even bark or anything to let me know I forgot to let you out? I couldn't believe I did that.
Oh my gosh.
It's funny. She's got to go to the vet on Monday for her annual shots. I'm sure she's thrilled.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She'll know though as soon as we get in the car. She don't like going to the vet. So she knows when we go in the car, we're going to the vet.
Oh yes. My vet is not even 5 minutes down the road from my house. And whenever we have to take Ralphie, because we were taking him every month to get his nails trimmed because we were having such a hard time doing it at home. And I finally found a way to do it here at home. But, and then they were having us come in every month because I wanted to buy his I can't think of the name of the pill he's on. It's like the all-in-one pill to treat everything.
Yeah.
And
I don't remember what it's called either, but I know what you're talking about.
yeah. And I said, well, can I buy like 4 months worth? And they said, well, no, don't do that right now, because once you buy them, you can't bring them back, and his weight is gonna change because he's growing. So they
Oh,
said,
right, because it's by weight, how much
right,
one they give you. Yeah.
right. And they said, buy once a month right now, because with him being still a puppy, so we're still having to take him in every month for him to get weighed.
Wait.
But I think with this, the last time we took him, he jumped up to the next pill. And I think that pill is like, it's a big weight range now.
Yeah,
So,
they might be able to sell you like a 6-month supply. I think my
yeah.
vet does that. You pay for 5 months and you get 1 month free or something if you buy six, get
Well,
6
yeah,
months,
because
whatever.
I don't want to have to keep like going. And my boyfriend had picked the pill up, and I told him, well, I think this time, now that he's jumped up, I should be able to buy more than one at a time. Like, he should stay in that weight range now for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I can just buy like a bunch at a time. Now that I don't need to take him up there to have his nails done, he's up to date on all his. It's not like his shots were all up to date. So I can just. The cat is up to date on all her stuff when she got out of the house, and then I took her back up there to have her checked back out. She was actually due for her, that month she was missing is when she was supposed to have her rabies. So when I took her in just to get her all checked out that she was okay, did her rabies, so now she's up to date. She was fine. So I swear, these
She was gone
animals.
for a whole month?
Yeah.
Wow.
When we got the dog, because she showed up at our house one night when we were having those horrible storms back in Texas. Like when it literally got, like, the power was going out, everything, about a year ago. And that really bad ice storm. And I kept hearing this little meowing, I thought, and I kept looking out the back window and I didn't see anything. And I thought, okay. And then I heard it again. And I finally see this little tiny, tiny bundle of a little kitten. And I thought, well, I don't want to mess with it, because if the mommy cat happened to drop it, if I touch it, she isn't going to mess with it.
Right.
But it was during that flippin' cold storm. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh my gosh. Well, literally about 2 hours go by. I'm putting food out there. No mommy ever came. So I finally said, I can't. This cat's going to die. So I go and I got it and I brought it in, and she literally could fit in my hand. And it was about a week before we could get her in at the vet. And she actually had abrasions on her face, down her nose. And the vet said what he thinks happened is that she had curled up in somebody's either engine or exhaust
Oh.
to keep warm. And when they were driving, she fell out. And then somehow made it all the way down our driveway to our back door.
Wow.
So her name is actually Scout, because we didn't know at that time if she was a boy or a girl, so we just named her Scout. She wound up being a girl. We had her for a year. Never, ever, ever let her outside. She was fixed, had all her shots. Well, when we got the dog and I started taking the dog in and out, in and out, in and out, I don't know if just something in her, like instinctually, she started laying by the front door. And it's like I don't know if because she's so attached to me, because everywhere I went, she would always go with me. And then she started seeing me taking the dog out, or she just started seeing the outside. I don't know what, but I thought I had the dog's collar on all the way one time. I didn't. She was by the front door. There was a big commotion. I tried to kick the door with my foot. I was yelling. She took off out the door. And by the time I got the collar on the dog, I went out the door. She was gone.
Mm.
And it was raining that day. I had to go to an appointment, so I could only look for her for so long. I had to leave. By the time I came back, there was no trace of her. It was a month. It was the day after Christmas.
And she just showed back up?
Well, no, we had all the plants pulled up on the back patio because it was cold again. And we had like old sheets wrapped around them and then taped around. I mean, big, big plants to keep them from freezing. And I had let the dog out, and the dog starts going like whimpering and trying to get up under one of the sheets. And I'm like, come on, like getting frustrated with the dog. Like, I wasn't feeling good. That's when I had COVID. And I was getting so annoyed with the dog. And I had the back door open, and I'm like, get your butt in the house. Like, I don't feel good. I don't have time for this. Well, when I open the back door, I see something come shooting in the house from under the plants, where the plants were.
Oh my gosh.
But I didn't see what it was. Then the dog comes running in the house. I see the dog run back to the bedroom. The dog's barking at something under the bed.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm thinking, what the hell just came in the house? And finally, I see Scout peek her head out from under the bed. And I'm like, thank God it's
you.
Well, because I'm thinking, was it a raccoon? Was it a possum? And I'm like, yeah, well, and she was fine. She acted perfectly normal. Everything was fine, but I was really freaked out. I mean, I got her, I gave her a look over. I didn't see anything visually, but I was thinking, well, what if something did get a hold of her and it's bitter or pierced her skin and it's going to turn into an infection? Like, that's where my mind goes.
Yeah, but where was she eating at for that month?
I don't know. Well,
that's so weird.
There is a neighbor that lives, the closest neighbor, I'll say, and they do have a lot of stray cats.
Okay. So she found some food over there.
Yeah. And so I made an appointment with the vet, took her in, had her checked, make sure she didn't have worms, had him look her over. She had lost 3 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, it was 2 point, like right about 3 pounds. But he said other than that, she was perfectly fine. She didn't have any cuts, scrapes, abrasions, no parasites. Like, she was fine, other than she had lost some weight. So she has been inside ever since. We are way more cautious now when we're opening the doors. And I asked the vet, is this typical that a cat would take off, and he said no. Usually they're more lax, like especially once they've been fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, what do you think the odds are that she'll go take off again? And he said, well, hopefully she's either learned she doesn't want to be outside, or she like liked being outside. And because I was very upset the first time when I thought she was, I mean, I didn't think we were ever going to see her again. So my boyfriend just told me, please, 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 please accept the fact, if she's bound and determined and if it ever happens again and she does take off out the door, do not, like, if she thinks she wants to be an indoor outdoor cat, but because of where we live, please do not get major upset. Like,
yeah, that's one thing about a cat. They kind of have a mind of their own. You know,
yeah,
they're going to pretty much do what they want to do. My daughter has a cat, and it's a big, huge cat, and she doesn't like me at all. And I don't have any problem with her. It's just that I have a bad habit about bonding with animals. And even my dog that I have was supposed to be my daughter's dog, but she bonded to me. So anyway, I tried to stay away from her cat so I wouldn't bond with her. But she said, when I am around her, she's like, go away.
yeah.
Like, well, I know it's your house. I'm just here visiting, but still, you have to be nice to me.
Well, that's like Scout. She's the kind of cat, like, she wants to be, she follows me like a dog, and she loves to sit on my lap. She loves to be around me. But if I were to actually, like, when she's sitting on my lap, if I just stroke her and pet her, that's fine. But if I were to be like, oh, Scout, and like pick her up and like put her right up against me, no way.
Oh.
Like, she's not the kind of cat that wants to be picked up and snuggled, and no. It's strictly on her terms.
Right. Well, that's the cat in her. Yeah.
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 Nope. It's always on her. She's like, I want to be near you. I want to be right under your feet, and I want to be sitting right on you, but don't touch me.
Well, every once in a while, my daughter's cat will come and like rub up against my leg, and I'm like, you realize who it is? It's like, because if I reach down there to pet you and you bite me, I'm going to be mad. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pet your head now. Do not bite me. And she's bad about turning and trying to nip you.
Yeah.
Like, But my granddaughter loves the cat. That was one of her first words, was at instead of cat. She'd just say at. Now she finally has it and says cat. But and she thinks every dog is my dog. And my dog's name is Chloe, and I call her Clo. And so we go on vacation, and their dog's name is May, and she walks in the house and she goes, Clo.
Oh.
No, that's May May. She's like, no, Clo's here. It's like, no, Clo's not here.
Oh.
It's funny, but I want her to be an animal lover, so you have to
Yeah.
expose them to them. And they just got her a fish aquarium and 3 little fish, and she loves to sit and watch her little fish swim.
Oh, yeah.
So I let my daughter have any kind of pet she wanted. We had a turtle, and we had fish aquariums, and we had gerbils and hamsters and guinea pigs and cats and dogs. The only thing we never had was a bird. So I had a bird growing up, and they are so messy.
That's what I've always heard. I always thought I would love to have 2 little, like, budgies. I think that's what they're called, budgies. We saw them at the pet store one time,
Mm-hmm.
And everyone I talked to said, "Oh, you would hate them. You'd hate it. They're so messy and it's such a pain." And I'm really picky about like the house and everything, and they're like, "Oh, you like it would drive you crazy."
Well, yeah, because it's not only their feces, but it's also their little feathers get everywhere. Like
Mhm.
when they say shake your tail feathers, well, they do. And then those little tiny feathers are everywhere. And then it's the bird seed that they eat. A lot of it, they like crack it open and they don't eat the shell. So they spit it out and it goes everywhere. Ours had a little, um, contraption that we put underneath the cage and like around the bottom of the cage. It's supposed to catch all the stuff.
Mhm.
Somehow our bird knew to throw it far, not, and so it never caught what it was supposed to. And so all around the bird cage would have all this stuff. And it was always clean up the bird, clean up the bird. And then it bit me right between my index finger and my thumb, that little flap of skin.
Yes.
Bit me right there and would not let go. And so I'm shaking my hand, and here I got the bird hanging on my hand. And it was terrible. And then my mom sometimes she would use the vacuum cleaner hose to clean out the bottom of the cage.
Yeah.
Sucked him up in the hose one time.
Oh my God.
And she's screaming because she's afraid, that he's dead in there, and I'm like, turn it off, turn it off. She turns it off and he jumps out of the hose and like shakes his butt at her, kind of like, well, that was fun, It's like, oh my
gosh.
He tried to kill the bird.
Oh, I bet not, but I mean, I bet that was funny, but not funny,
Yeah,
but it was
no,
funny.
I'm sure it was very traumatic for the bird, but and it wasn't funny that he was sucked up in there. It was funny the way my mom was screaming about it. It's like, well, you're the one that did it. I mean, if one of us kids had done it, she would have told us how stupid we were to even have the vacuum anywhere close to the bird.
Yeah.
But because it was her idea. Hey, it was a good idea until it wasn't,
Yeah. Oh, I know. That was one of my dad's favorite sayings. Like, I do have a sibling, and who's younger than me, and my parents would leave us alone, and like we would just be in awe because if anything happened, something that was out of our reach, out of our control. I mean, it didn't matter what it was. My dad's favorite saying, if he would ask us, "Did one of you two do this?" And we would be like, "What?" In our little child minds, would be like, we didn't even know what he was talking about half the time. And if he was like, one of you have to admit that you did it. And if, neither one of us would, it was like, what are you trying to say? A ghost did it? A ghost did it? 9 times out of 10, one of us would just be like, okay, we did it. We would never even know what we were saying we did. But it's just easier to put an end to it.
Well, I wonder, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone is in here and not talking or chatting. It says we have 6 people. We have 3 people in chat. Oh, I know what it is. Probably my phone because I'm signed in to be able to see chat.
I never know. Like, I don't quite know how to tell how to figure that out for sure.
I don't know, but when you're on here, has a little red box that says you're live, and it's like counting how long you've been on. And then next to that is a little box with a number in there, and that number keeps changing. And
Well, I see it says 6, but
oh, Heidi said she's listening.
yeah.
Okay, so maybe, but that's what I wonder. Like, are we signed on? You would be signed on because you were in the chat, but am I signed on?
I don't know how to. I don't know.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm not actually signed on. So then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and my phone makes 6. I don't know.
I just figure.
Not that it matters.
Yeah, because that's what I just figure at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's just, it's weird that, and I wonder too, like when we're in chat and it says how many people are there, if that's the same number that Purple can see.
Oh yeah, I see.
On hers.
Yeah.
Or it's different.
Well, yeah, because sometimes it says like there's 90 people. Sometimes it says there's 100-some people, and you're like, holy cow.
Well, and then too, like when you look at the likes, like it says we have 8 likes right now. Okay, so, 9, because I just hit it, made 9. So, but sometimes somebody will say, like, hit the like button. We got 100 people and we only have 20 likes. But my thing will say 6 likes. And I'll be, well, I wonder why it doesn't register the full amount of everybody. I don't know. That's just weird.
That's something I don't know about that kind of stuff. You'll have to get one of the professionals in here.
People come in, like, and then leave, Heidi says. Well,
at least they hit the like button.
They hit the like button, exactly. Well, I won't be worried about how many subs or how much time or anything like that, because I don't think I'll ever monetize anyway, so it doesn't matter. It won't matter to me.
Well, I mean, you never know in the future. It's it's nice to have the option.
I don't know. From what Purple says, all she does, and as many people as she has and everything, and only to be making that little bit of money, I don't think it's worth messing with my disability for that,
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that.
I mean, I know there are some people that have, 100,000 subs or whatever, or more. They probably make a decent income off of it.
I don't, that kind of stuff. I don't know anything about the aspects of that part of YouTube.
Well, somebody was talking about the ad thing that they get like 2 cents a video or something. I'm like, 2 cents? It's going to take forever to make any money doing that,
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think if you don't have the mindset of, hey, I'm just doing this because it's something I like, or when I have the time or something, then it's probably not going to work out. If people come into this thinking, oh, it's because I need a second, obviously, I need a side income or a second income.
Right.
That's never going
to. Yeah.
Because YouTube is so fickle on who they like one day versus who they like another day. You could be the king of the hill one day and be knocked down to the bottom the next.
Right. I mean, I'm not knocking the people who make money off of it and try to make money and want to make money. That's, great for them. I don't have that motivation, at least not now. I don't. And I don't like the scammers, asking people for money and all that. I just don't.
I don't understand though why people apologize for making money. I
Oh,
know
I don't think
for,
they should apologize, but I don't think they should be scamming people with sob stories either.
well, no, but
You
I
know?
know if I ever had any interest and I started a YouTube channel, heck yeah, if I could do if obviously if I started it because I liked it and it was something I wanted to do and I could get paid for doing it, heck yeah, I would get paid for doing
Well,
it.
yeah, but but to me, because of the fact that you have to get so many subs and so much time, it's not something you're going to just start today and be making money tomorrow.
Well,
It's a
right.
process, and most people aren't going to stick with it long enough to get to where they're making money if that's their only goal is to make money.
Right. But if I started something and then it catched on or people liked it or whatever and I got to the point where I could make money, I would be like, yeah, and I wouldn't ever be apologetic for it. I mean, because obviously it takes a lot of work, time, energy, and it is a long process.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I mean, like if if your channel is successful, you're putting in some time and
Mhm.
effort in it.
Yeah.
And if it's not successful, it may be because you're not putting in the time and effort for it.
Right.
I think everybody has to decide for themselves what their reason is behind having a channel. And
Yeah.
if they, if my money is the reason, then I wish them all the best. But if it's not, then I don't know. I couldn't have it be an income where I was worried about, oh my God, am I going to, make enough money this month or whatever? No.
Yeah.
That to me, that would just add stress to my life.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
know,
cuz it's not stable for sure.
yeah.
I couldn't imagine it being anything you could count on or be stable.
And there's been plenty of people who lost their channel that didn't probably plan on losing their channel.
Well, yeah,
So,
because I'm sure you have to be able to research and memorize all the rules and the regulations, and that's a lot too.
yeah.
I've never read up on that stuff, but
See, and I don't understand how some people play video, some people play the police, like the news conferences and all that, and then other people say no, that's against terms of service. You can't play that. You can't do that. And then I've seen where other people played somebody's video, stopped it, talked, and whatever. And so you would think it would be considered covered under fair use, and then they get a strike because of it.
that's why it, who if when you start your channel to be 100% committed, and I don't know if I'm using the correct wording, but whatever those rules are, YouTube rules for being a creator, you would have to study them, read them, memorize them, because apparently it's all in those rules.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's people, I guess, striking videos, and sometimes I think it's YouTube that says you played this snippet of music or you did this. It's,
Right. Well, I've
yeah,
already had that happen to me because I use that Canva program to make the video, and it
right,
has
Heidi.
it has a list of music, and that music is not necessarily approved by YouTube. So I made the video, and then they said it was copyright, and then I had to change the song. You know, so but an actual copyright strike isn't just for the music. It's going to be when you use somebody's whatever.
Right.
So, but with mine, I think I'll either make my own videos or it won't be a video. I mean, I don't plan on playing police uh, news conferences on here. So
Right.
I should be okay. What did Heidi say? It's nice to get a super chat from people, but money was never my goal. Right. Right. Well, and I don't understand that either. They give you a super chat and they take and YouTube gets part of that money.
I think it's 40%, 30 or
So
40.
that's why I think a lot of them want to use their Cash App so that they get the whole thing and they get it right then instead of when you send it as a super chat, it doesn't come until the next month.
Yeah.
But it is nice, and I'm glad to see that Purple is getting a couple Cash Apps here and there.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a lot of creators get a lot of Cash Apps, and then some people are super chats, and then some people don't get any.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that Ikamel. I watch him, but he only says the comment if you give him a super chat.
See, that's kind of.
But he's a big channel,
Yeah.
So I guess he can do that.
All right, I'm gonna do the potty break again, guys.
Okay. Heidi said they get 30% of the super chat. Jeez. And I wonder how they put ads on your stuff and they don't have to pay you if you're not monetized. They just get the money off of it, I guess. So anybody have any big plans for today? I made a big pot of vegetable beef soup yesterday, and I watched my granddaughter for about 3 hours. But I don't have anything to do today. Well, I could always clean my apartment. Oh, that's not fun, though. Heck, I still haven't unpacked from being gone over Christmas and New Year's. I haven't unpacked all of it yet. I could do that, I guess. Hello, someone new. Say hi in the comments or in the chat so we know that you're here. Yeah, I love soup. I can eat any kind of soup. Maybe go through my clothes. Yeah, you got to start thinking about what you're going to take on your trip, don't you, Heidi? What's the weather like where you're going?
Hey, Heidi. How do I switch to my phone? Do I just turn the volume up on my phone and switch the volume down on the iPad? Let me try it and see what happens.
I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know.
Okay, can you hear me?
Are you still there, Harper? Are you still there, Harper?
Hold on. Hold on. I think I have to turn this. I don't know if I turn it off on my iPad. Hold on. I think I have to turn this.
Oh, she said you have to jump down and grab a link from your phone, I think. So I'll put another link.
Okay. Okay, because I need to take my dog out.
Okay. Well, if you drop down, I'll bring you back as soon as you come back. Oh, guess I have to post it. There we go. So, how many days are you going to be gone, Heidi? Here she comes.
Okay, are y'all there?
Yep, we're here.
Okay, now I don't have to go outside by myself in the dark.
Yeah, that's not fun.
I have to take a flashlight out there. Okay.
It's a pug, right?
Yeah, he's a pug.
Oh.
Let me get him. He's not happy. Come on.
Oh.
Come on, we're gonna go. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. Let me get the flashlight.
He's like, hurry up.
Okay. Oh my gosh, it actually feels cold out here,
Oh.
which is unusual.
Heidi, how long is your plane ride to get there?
Oh.
3.5 hours. Well, that's not bad. Maybe 4. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking it was going to be like, 12 hours or something.
Oh.
Well, that's good. Straight flight. I always hate doing layovers
Right.
because you never seem to have enough time to like leave the airport and go and do something, but you have too much time just to sit there and wait. Well, I hope you and your husband are both well by the time you go, Heidi. That won't be any fun if you're not feeling good.
Come on, go potty. Are you done? Are you done? Come on. morning.
Damn, it's cold here. 19 degrees feels like 9. All right, let's see what mine says.
Okay, come on, let's go home. Ralphie, come on, let's go home. Come on.
That's 40 here. It's supposed to be a high of 70 today.
Come on, let's go home.
I need to move my plants back out on the porch, but I don't want it to freeze again.
Here you go. Here, good boy. Good boy. Here you go. Good boy. Okay. I feel better. I felt bad. I could hear him barking.
How long have you had him?
3 months.
Oh, okay.
He was 4 months when we got him, and he's... Well, no, I think 4 months now.
Low to mid 80s in Dominican Republic. Well, it'll be like summer from where you're at, 19 degrees going to 80s. Ooh.
Get back. Ralphie, stay here. I'm going to shut the door so he doesn't hear. Okay, come on. We're going to stay out here. Come on, I'm going to stay out here with you. Come on. No. Right now in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. 80s. I wonder what I'm going to see what it was, the temperature. It's probably not even that cold here. It just feels so cold because I'm not used to it being that cold. Let's see what it says it was. Do I have the weather on here? Ralphie, everybody can hear you. I don't think I have the weather app on here. Let's see if this is what it is. It was 52 outside. And it felt like it was freezing.
Well, it's not 80. I mean, it is cooler than... But I always think of Texas as being hot.
Well, yeah, it hasn't been... I don't see on this forecast what it says it's supposed to be with the... Oh, here it is. What is it supposed to get up to today? Well, it says at 12 p.m. it's 66 and sunny. It doesn't say... I'm not used to using this weather thing, but this is the only one I have on my iPad. I can't believe it's 54. I thought it was like really... It feels like so cold out.
Well, I don't even have my heat turned on. I have my air conditioner set not to come on unless it gets 73 in here. And the other day it was 38 outside. And I was like, man, I'm a little chilly here. And I forgot that I had the air on. So I'm like trying to make the heat come on. Didn't realize I had to switch the switch over to heat. Like, I'm going to freeze to death before I figure out how to get my heat on because I don't hardly ever use the heat.
Yeah, that's how we are here.
Usually pretty warm. Oh, the sun is out. I can see daylight. What we should have done is we should have went outside and watched the sunrise.
It's still dark right now.
Well,
So
yes, the sun is not all the way up yet, but it's daylight.
yeah, I'm sure it'll be coming up pretty quick here in a minute. But I think I'm gonna let you beautiful ladies go now that my lovely dog is awake, so I can start getting the day going here before he starts going completely. Okay.
Okay.
That
All
way.
right. Thank you so much for coming up and talking to me. I enjoyed it.
I feel so bad. We literally talked all night long.
I know. It's good though. They're gonna say she did her first live and they were up all night.
Oh.
It's all right.
You know what? Someone always has something to say. So,
Well, as long as they say the truth, I don't care. I just don't like it when people don't tell the truth.
Yeah. Nikki.
All right, Nikki. Good night.
True Smiles.
Good afternoon to y'all.
Yeah. Y'all have a good afternoon, Heidi. Try to get some more sleep. I hope you start feeling better soon.
And we'll see you all tonight at Purple's.
Yes. Living my best life. Thank you for a wonderful night.
Well, you are more than welcome. Now, does anybody know how to end it? Wait. It says end broadcast. I guess that'll do it. Okay.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye.